right, chat. We are live. Recording is good. I've got no notifications. Yeah, okay. Looks like we are good and good to go. Let me move my tabs around so I can load it up. Yeah, I was running a little late, so that was a bit of a panicked. I have to do everything sort of thing today. All right. So Maxis Games. I have an entirely separate stream on what it took to actually get this to work with audio. I'm not sure this is perfect, but I actually don't have hardware that will run the right. This might work on OS2 Warp 4.52. It probably will, but I want to see if I can even get it working with audio because this looks like prototype stuff. For those who didn't see the other stream, and it's available for members, and I will upload it to Patreon soon, I installed the OS2 versions of SimCity 2000 and SimTown. We are running an emulation. This is 86 box. Because if it doesn't work here, it's not going to work on real hardware. I hate to put it like that, but OS2 is rather notoriously hardware picky, and even getting it to work in emulation, and I had checked the DAWs and Windows configurations. It works fine on that. 86 box is basically a generic clone that you could have a lot of hardware options with. It was very hard to get audio out of this thing. And it still has issues. So let me open SimCity 2000. This is currently playing, how's the sound levels? Because now that I have audio. Chat, how's that sounding? Just let me know. So let's go full screen. Okay. Start new city. I need to lower that for me. Okay, so you can hear the music. Okay, so I think it might be interesting to actually play on hard because I actually used to play this game a lot as a kid. I never changed the difficulty settings. You know what? If I want to answer my own question, let me just pull it up on my phone. This is something I've done before, but I'm still getting back into the swing of streaming. I haven't had a setup to stream on in ages. Like a proper one. I want to answer my own question. Yeah, no, that's fine. We're good. So what do we call the city? I almost like IBMville. I'm open to suggestions, chat. Because I actually do. I actually want to play this long enough to see if it's stable. This game, I don't know if we are going to go all the way to archaeologies. That's actually really hard depending on the size of the map. Because I'm just going to let it roll random. Okay. Actually, no, I do actually look like I'm not all that loud on the feedback. The MIDI emulation is... I should talk about that. So the MIDI emulation... That's 86 box crashing. It's beach balling for me. Oh, no, it came back. It came back. I'm on the system MIDI. I don't think I can try and change that. I think if I change it to none... Yeah, it hard resets it. It requires me to restart it whenever it is. The problem I had is it actually sounds mostly correct if I turn off the MIDI device, but I can't get the volume high enough for it to really sound on stream. So this is playing through the Windows MIDI device on Windows 11 on modern hardware. It's not playing 100% correctly. I had a lot of trouble getting this to actually work. If I can find hardware that will run it, and I think my ThinkPad will, I just want to see. I want again. That machine sucks to play games on. It's a passive LCD. But I will give it a go once I have a way to actually install onto it. So why don't we go? Why don't we actually go hard? This might end badly. Okay, so first thing I want to do is, so IBMville founded. Actually, you know what? Hold on. That's actually better. That's actually way better, Andy. I'm sorry, I have to go with that. Oh God, the right click and left click are reversed. This is OS 2. Oh God, that's actually pain. Like all the interface stuff in here, because on the mouse thing in OS 2 is the other way around. JDA Town Football. I think, you know what? I think this is going to be a democracy thing. I think we're going to do that. We're going to do the great American tradition. Start poll. I'll put city name. City name. I don't know if I should give city name as an actual option. I feel like that joke is so overdone. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm taking that option off. Or what was the other one? Football. I don't think I should give you all the option to choose the city name as city name. I feel like that would just end badly. Because I don't think I could. The biggest problem with doing anything with OS 2 is you can't put a slash in it. So the reason I say I doubt it's going to be stable is, first, it's trying to play music. Secondly, when LGR did SimCity 2, SimCity Classic for OS 2, he noted it was very unstable, and I've already had this crash a few times, so I haven't actually tried playing it. It may only lock up during startup. If not, then I know that I already have indications that this is a rushed port. I want to see how rushed it actually is. All right, I think IBMville's got it. Yeah, we're going with IBMville. Well, we already have it open, so... did I already close that city? I guess I already closed that city, so... So, let's do hard. The trick with this is we can't get into a debt spiral, so... Let's see here. Oh. Oh, chat. Hey, chat, look, it crashed. So, Jeremy, does that answer you? Does that answer the question? We crashed just sitting there doing nothing. I actually think this is the video might be called the absolute worst port of SimCity. Not even the Game Boy one. All right, let's try this again. Let's see if we can actually. Let's see if we can actually found the city. Okay. All right. Let's pause it. So we're playing on hard. I actually have to think about this. We need a power plant. And power plant's basically going to eat most of our money. Oh no. Chat. OS 2 is not crashed. I can hear it blinking every time I click a thing. This is this is actually kind of funny in a this is sort of twisted sort of way. All right, you know what? I'm going to actually reboot it just to make sure it's not OS2 being flaky, because sometimes OS2 gets flaky. I don't know if that's actually a problem, but this might need some fixed packs. Like, this is why I say I don't think it really matters if I get the real hardware out, because if it's not going to work here, I don't think it's going to work. I'm pretty sure the music is what's actually doing it. It's just the sound effects are... Yeah. It's probably the music causing the freezes. They probably just got it working and... So pause. I'm going to turn the music off. Let's just see if that's what's actually doing it, because I have that horrible sensation it is. Like, I might have gone through all the work to get the music to work, and the game is unstable with it. Alright, so we're playing on hard. Can we actually put down a power plant? Where do we want it? We're basically going to be stuck in this valley for a while. Actually, you know, hold on. Can I just, like, can we put it up on the hill? Yeah, you know what? Why don't we put it on the hill and we'll run the power lines down? Because that will prevent the pollution from basically coming down here. So then, let's basically just... road here... road here. And so I think what we want to do is we want to actually go light residential. It's lower tax base, but it's a lot cheaper. Because we really have to pay off that bond as quickly as we can. Like, yeah, like I can basically just zone this entire area. And then we can just zone this. Basically... basically like that. Oh. I already see graphical errors. That's foreboding. Seems okay for now, though. Alright. Well, we got power lines down, so why don't we save it? Alright, and what is our budget currently looking like? So we're currently running a deficit due to the bond payments. So the other thing we want to do is we want to keep our population small, because that's going to make it easier to pay off that bond. Is there any city ordinances that might actually help? I think sales tax, finance... I don't want the crime from legalized gambling. Actually, no, I think I'm just going to leave this all off for now. We'll come back to that, because we're only losing a little bit of money right now. So let's let it run. And let's see if the music will run if I just don't do anything else. Well, it's going. Maybe we should go a little faster than that. I mean, it is an emulated Pentium. Yeah, things are developing. So the next thing they're going to want is water. Because that will make the land value go up. I'm not sure it actually matters, though. Because that actually adds infrastructure costs, so I think we're just going to stay with it. The biggest problem is that power plant is expensive. This is emulated on 86 box. Yep, those are the businesses coming in. Honestly, I think I'm actually going to zone down some more light industry. It's cheap enough, and I think we can tax it higher. Hey, we do actually have some cars on the road. So yeah, now the housing for residential and commercial comes up. So how are we actually doing financially? Are we actually... We are raising $36 a year. So you know what? We need to actually raise basically as much money as we can get. Wow, that really has absolutely nothing because we have no Sims. That means we... Okay. Yeah, basically we gotta get to the point. You know what? We are actually. I'm actually gonna throw down the water pump. Just one. We just lost audio. That's an ominous sign for me. Save city. And then let's just put power lines. And then I should actually probably read chat. I'm assuming you're saying important things to me at some places. And then we just have to connect all the areas with pipes, which are cheap enough. Okay. I think that's the last major... we just basically need to put some commercial space down. Yeah, because now that's completely growing in. So there'll be more demand for residential. So let's go. Actually, I don't want to do anything yet. Like, let me see what our balance sheet looks like. We should be able to raise taxes at this point. Because with demand as high as it is, oh. It crashed! That was the longest stretch we were able to successfully play it. What is that? 3 now, chat? I mean, okay, you know what? Let me try the... Okay, enough people think that the OPL music sounds weird. Let me, the outbound synth. Let me try it with the OPL. Let's see if we get a better result. I did save it, so... Let me see here. Let's just get that turned off. And then that will do a hard reset. This is Warp 3, and I haven't installed the fix packs. We're living dangerously here, folks. Thank you, Emilio. Up to 50 viewers. So yeah, we're at what? 3 crashes, chat? Let's see what it sounds like when I take it off. I remember the problem is that I used to play this on a very bad knockoff card. When LGR talked about his memories, he said that he didn't have audio with it, or he didn't have it with the compact. I remember the audio being very tinny. Like, I know I think this is what it's going to sound. This is going to sound actually closer to what I remember it being. Chat, is that better or worse? See, that actually does sound like how it was in my childhood. Yeah, chat, which one do you think it sounds... I mean, that probably does sound better. I mean, it's still... Eh. So, DocsX I went with Warp 3 because I have the suspicion that these games were developed on prototype versions of Warp. They already have enough issues as is. So I really didn't want to try them outside their home environment because they may depend on beta behavior, or it might just be a completely garbage port. Yeah, see, that's kind of how I had the choice with it. Like, I think I think we'll just stay with it for now. I already made a city. Hold on, we can hit. Oh, you didn't just crash right here. This is funny. Every time I leave it running on the title screen, it just goes kaput. I really do think it's the music driver. Let's actually leave the music off and see if the crashes go away. See, now also you get to hear the really cursed sound effects. Especially, well, it made me not sound in the same array, so I think we were planning to build a road. Yeah, that's a lot of people actually using that. Oh yeah, hold on, let me actually... So because demand is as high as it is, I should be able to change the property taxes. Yeah, so I should be able to basically raise these to 10%. And then that should have a corresponding effect on the gauges. Basically, we need to be making money as quickly as possible. Yeah, see, that's actually doing it. So I think we can even go higher. I mean, industry, we could actually lower the taxes because it needs higher development. I think we can even go up to 12. All right, let's see what that comes out to be. Yeah, that's because, look at all, it's definitely all building in. Oh, you know what it probably needs? It needs more power lines. That's probably why this is not developing. You can't run. You will regret this. Okay, yeah, power lines looks like that was, in fact, the problem. So let's add some more power lines just as make it grow juice. Okay, so now there's large demand for commercial. So let's pause it again. I think a commercial zone is actually worth spending the money, even though, where are we... budget-wise? You know, we could just throw a little commercial on this, and we could just tax the absolute hell out of it. Like, let's just do that. That. And we also get advantage the free power lines. Actually, I didn't even think I have to actually run the power lines. And let me just build a road going out so we have one. Okay. Let's save it because every time we do anything in this game, it's very dangerous. All right. And well, we can just leave it on. Yeah, let's just leave it on turtle for now. Let's just see. Citizens demand police. We can ignore that for now. We don't have money. As long as they don't start rioting, I'm not too worried about it. Okay, so housing demand is actually going down. So let's lower. I think 9 is going to be a happy point for that. Yeah, see, house is already going abandoned, so I went a little too overboard. Oh, and there's the first commercial coming in. No, I just have it running on a low speed. Hey, yeah, look, our tax money year over year is going in, and that means we're going less and less into debt. So this is actually working. So how does the underground view work? We can actually connect water. Yeah. Oh, it'll get spread. This pump probably doesn't have enough capacity. I mean, it's still the 1900s. Since apparently running the background music makes the game cry, I'm gonna have to run it. I'm gonna have to provide my own. All right, music lib. This feels like a proper soundtrack to this. Oh yeah, you know, it's actually running pretty good now. This somehow feels like the right soundtrack. So industry and commercial have the highest demand. Let's plop down a little bit more commercial because the demand is there. Let's rotate the town. I'm trying to think if we want to try developing that area. Like, why are people moving out? I'm assuming they're unhappy due to the lack of police. No, crime low. I think it's just redeveloping because I had the taxes too high. Or there's simply not enough commercial. Yeah, it seems okay with the music turned off. And running on the slowest speed. Let's run a little faster than that, please. How's our budget looking for the year? Like, can we get the taxes on industrial a little higher? Okay, so we're still not outpacing the bond payments, but we are kind of going the right way. If I put a sales tax and... Oh, income tax helps. Gambling tax. Parking fines. That adds another 7. So we are only now going down $114 in debt. Alright. Will it tolerate an 8% tax rate? Or a 9%? Yeah, I think we have to zone some more stuff down. I think industry and commercial is basically what we're going to do right through here. Because ultimately speaking, we have to spend our money. We have to spend the money on infrastructure and make it back, and if we don't, we're screwed. Because then otherwise I have to take out another bond, and I might have to do that. But as long as we're cash flow positive, it should be... Okay, so that's demand actually going down. Yeah, I think we've zoned enough. Yeah, I think we've zoned enough that we should hit an equilibrium now. Oh yeah, we got a lot of traffic on downtown. Oh, what has happened? Oh, that's an earthquake. Police or firefighters, we've got the National Guard. We have, we've just had a disaster happen. Citizens want protection, locals want police. You can click these. In the gathering steps of City Hall, citizens shared concerns over the lack of police protection. Citizens can only live in harmony for so long without strong law enforcement. A longtime resident. The city's only been here for 2 years. We're not safe driving, walking. The group faced the mayor to desire more law enforcement, arguing that IBMville has pushed law enforcement resources. We don't have any. How big is the city even? Actually, our tax revenue is going up year over year, and I just realized I need a cup of tea. So let me grab a cup of tea and then we'll keep going. Okay, I have successfully hydrated. Oh, it actually unpaused on me. Alright. That's annoying. I didn't realize it would do that. Oh, commercial demand is way down. I think I overtaxed it. Alright, you know what? You're going to get a tax break. And let's see if the city recovers from that. Also, I would love to find the city again. Oh, there's the power plant. You know what? Let me put a sign down. Oh, hold on. I know exactly what I'm going to call this. Silicon Valley. Actually, no. For IBM, that's not wrong. That should be... I should change that. For IBM, that should be Hudson Valley. How do I get... Yeah, that should be Hudson Valley. You know what? I'm just going to call it Executive Valley. What just happened? Oh, pollution. I got too distracted by... You know what? Hold on. I gotta get the speed to change. Stop. Stop. Pause. Okay. We're okay. I forgot how... I honestly forgot what this game was like to play at times. Chad is completely right. It's really... East Fishkill. Actually, I really like that one. I think we're going to go with that. If I can now figure out how to... Can I... Let's just put it on turtle. Sign tool. So now demand for industry is also going down. So yeah, we're also... Yeah, see, what happens is that these ordinances create a depression effect. We're actually almost at... We're almost... Yeah, year over year, we're going cash flow positive. Like, if we look at the graphs... I'm wondering if just cutting it down to 8% might be the winning move here. Alright. I'll just let it run and see if things recover. I think 8 will probably be the happy point. They will tolerate higher taxes for more amenities. I really don't want to pay the cost of... I don't really like this music track. Yeah, they really want police, and I might have to just give them their police station. Like, if I give you a police station and it basically projects a radius around it, so I kind of want it in the center. Yeah, year over year, we're basically losing money. All right, we gotta think about this. Let's pause. Let's actually pause this. Because we're starting to go into a debt spiral. I gotta figure out how I'm going to spend the rest of this money. Population-wise, yeah, so... I've never figured out how the Sim Nation thing actually works. What's the tax rate and stuff? I don't think I can... Yeah, I don't think I... Oh, you can adjust it individually. So I could actually... If I want to stimulate new demand, can I just keep a higher tax on tax tiles? Like, I've never played with this feature before, because I've never played on hard. It's not usually required. And there's also high demand for steel and mining. So, if we do that, what happens? Because the tax hike should cause things to change, and then we can look at the different graphs. So crime is actually going up, so... I guess a small police station probably is warranted. God, those laser sound effects. And then we're only going to fund it to 25%. Because it's really those industrial areas that really care about it. So we're going to... Yeah. Right about that. But that adds another thing on the books. Let's let it run. I feel like there was a way to, yeah, RC, we are fire detection demanded. I might have built too big too quickly. I don't think anything will build without power, though. I've never actually... Alright, you know what? I'll give you a fire station. And... Oh, it actually pains me to do this. Honestly, I think we're going to go all the way to 5%. When they start complaining again, we'll increase the funding. Because the budget must be met. So maybe they need a little bit more than that. Well, we have the buildings at this point, so if we can actually just get it out of this death spiral with spending money, which I think we can, because I think at this point we can actually justify more taxes. Yeah, look, it actually kept the change. Steel mining is still being taxed at a higher rate. Which is actually quite interesting. Like, what do we actually want to attract here? I've never played with those features. Like, it's definitely seems to do the right thing. Because all we have is light industry. We do have a water shortage. And that we do. Yeah, those graphs are definitely going up. Let's find something better to listen to. Yeah, there's less and less abandoned buildings per year. Yeah, but there's also a year cutoff. I mean, we're in 1904. This is the hardest possible start. Yeah, there's still no. You know, I think what it is we don't have enough residential. That's a little concerning. I can just plop some down. I really don't like where it is, but actually, you know, year over year we're going up. You know what? I think I'm going to take off those little higher end taxes. In fact, you know what? We'll give them a slight tax break, and let's see if that makes the graph. Like, I'm curious. Like I said, I've never tried this feature. I still occasionally load this game up in DOSBox. Although it's been quite a few years since I've built, like, an actual city. I think the winning move here is we put it on Lima and we just wait. Screw it. I'm just going to lower it to 5% and let's just see what comes in. Because that's causing demand to actually go up. Because this is normally what happens. A city cuts tax, industry moves in, but the city can't normally finance it, so you start going down kind of a debt spiral. Because you notice now that it's everything's starting to move back in. You know what? We're going to go right down to 0 on these. Which only brings us about 50% short of where we actually need to be. There is a shortage. Where is... They should have enough water. Oh, it's probably a pipe section's missing. Or there's probably just not enough... Yeah, let's just get our pump down. Yeah, it's a capacity problem. Hey, $1337. Yeah, you know, now that I think about this game, probably doesn't have a cutoff. Yep. Oh boy, that's money going down. I'm going to get rid of the sales tax. Because I suspect that's not helping with commercial not wanting to be here. Because at this point, we're going to run out of money. So if I can't find a set of policies that's going to save us, I will actually get a game over. I almost want to put a park right here at the end, but we're actually getting demand for residential. You know, let's just put, you know, I'm just gonna like throw the last of my money and, yeah, screw it. I don't think I actually want to do that. Let's just see what happens. Yeah, commercial is definitely coming in. What's the land value look like? So we have luxury houses, industrial substations, and the land value here is very cheap, so big business should like it. I mean, we shouldn't need a seaport. I think we're going to go bankrupt. We are definitely... Hold on. Has the music been too loud? Like, I just noticed we've been steadily losing people for a bit, so... I really wish we could listen to the game music, but if apparently the crashes do go away when you click it, so... Yeah, so every year we pay $300 on that bond. And we show the bond. So this is like the main thing. You know, actually, current rates are 3%. I could pay back the other bond. I could issue a bond and I could pay back the bond. Because that would give me a net total of about $2,000. And it would consolidate it's going to still be the same debt. So you know what? Why don't we actually do that? Why don't we actually issue a bond? And that causes the rates to go up. We can now repay a bond. And okay, so you know what? That math did not work the way I thought it was going to work. Damn. Usually that's how it works in real life because I think it only issues the bond for a set amount. So yeah, I can get another 10k, but it will be very, very expensive. I'm trying to think on how we actually get out of this. I think this one might be a scratch. I think we built too much too fast and we went bankrupt. But maybe we'll pull it out at the last minute. We have water shortage. I really think the right thing here is we go to Cheetah and we see if industry starts recovering, but it's just not. If I get rid of the income tax and I basically just slash at the 3 and I put this on 7. Can we get something? The game, I believe, actually had... Hold on. Actually, now that I remember how this game works, I believe the game actually does have like a Great Depression system in the background. So we may be in a depression in universe. What's going on around us? Yeah. Color animations. My God, that's slow. We have graphs. We have ordinances. Population. Honestly, we probably just need more residential. Let me just throw some down of the dense variety. Traffic 29%, pollution. You know what, the traffic might actually be the real problem. Except for the fact we really can't even get a road from here because I was really short-sighted when I built the city. And we're almost broke. But that's our last hope. Because maybe it's just we don't have enough people in the city. Alright, so that area is growing in. We are starting to see some industrial demand. And we're also getting a lot of smog. Actually, look, the entire industrial area is starting to revitalize. So I think what it was is we just didn't have enough Sims. So I think the answer here is we use pretty much the last bit of money we have. And we are out of money. Rip. But residential demand is actually really high, so that's actually good. And because residential demand is so high, Maybe we don't need the subscription. I don't know. Actually, that does look like that's going to be pretty good for money. As things stand. Can I get just like 2 pieces of road? Because it doesn't actually have to be conjoined for it to work. I know this game well enough to know its weird and quirky mechanics. So yeah, now we are completely broke. If I can't get us out with what we have on the ground, we are toast. We also have a 40-year deadline, because if I can't replace that power plant, we're screwed. Although we might be able to take a bond out if it really comes to it. So 9 funds. Alright, so residential's coming down. Everyone's kind of thriving right now. Right. It's been a long time since I lost the city to bankruptcy. Yeah, year over year, the money is actually going up. And demand for everything is actually going up. So let's increase the amount of taxes we're trying to pull out. So we don't need a lot to make this... Now we're starting to go into debt. We're $105 down. I forgot how far down you can actually go before they will essentially kick you out of office. It is actually pretty far. I think we can kick these up to 5 without adversely impacting anything. Because if I take another bond, the interest payments will basically... This is basically how Pittsburgh went bankrupt in the past. But like I said, yeah, year-to-end date, it is actually going up end-to-end. And demand is still going up, which means I should still be able to raise taxes even higher. Yeah, so it really does seem the music makes it unstable. Okay, so industrial demand is going down, so let's take that down to 4, and we'll bring that up to 10. So basically, you're just trying to balance it. Yeah, I think this city might be screwed. Because basically anything ends it, and so be it. So, 295. What would it realistically take to get us out of debt? 9%. I mean, we can't afford the deficit spending. We just have to deal with it. I think what's going to happen is we're going to go bankrupt. So what I've learned from this is that the biggest problem the city faced is we've got a lot of pollution and such because I built the industrial areas too close. And that's basically causing everyone else to move out of town. We're actually maybe okay. I think what we need to do is, like in real life, we're just going to turn off the newspaper. And we're just not going to listen to the problems of the citizens, because even we can't do anything about it. I mean, one thing you have to do by playing this game is you really have to appreciate how little power many elected officials have. Like, even with all the influence that comes with the office, it's not like you can just have magic money. I mean, the city and state of New York has notoriously gone bankrupt multiple times in a row. We are actually making money. We are actually starting to go up in the world. We may not keep going up, and we're not. Yeah, chat, I think I'm going to call this attempt... I'm going to scrap this attempt. I think we're going to try for another one. I think it's going to be JDAville, because I think I learned something from this experience. So let's hit it on hard again. And the reason I say I think I've learned something... Sims have a radius of how far they will actually travel, but the power plant does not actually have to be anywhere close by. The industrial area also doesn't have to be all that close by. So what I think I want to do is let's find a new valley area. And I think we can do is we can like put the power plant all the way over there, because that's realistically where a lot of the where the pollution came from. Actually, you know what? I think what we're going to do is I think we're going to spend a bit more money than we did last time at the start. And we're going to build a bridge. And what we do is we're going to lay out some plots of... We're just basically going to lay it out all now, and then we're going to turn it on, we're going to play with the buttons. I really think... I always like using light, but I think we just want to go with dense. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... We'll put the dense industrial over here. Now we need to get some power lines. Chat, I'm already kind of feeling a lot better about this than I did before. You know what? I'll even throw down some commercial area for good measure. And let's save it. And we already got a lot of things moving in. So I think a lot of it is that we had far too much pollution too close to the zones. Realistically, I probably should have the industrial area move away from the residential, but that should go a fairly long way in helping make things go better. You know, actually, what I can also do is I can also just plop down a water pump or two right there. And then some there. Okay. And that's water. Chad, I actually think we're off to quite a bit of a better start than we were last time. Oh shoot, did I spelt it wrong. I think I can change it. Hold on, can I, if I actually can't change it, I think I want to, I suspect I can't. Oh, that. I can't. I'd have to hex edit it. Screw it. Did I spell like... I don't know if I actually want to fix how I want to fix that. All right, fine. How would it actually be spelled? I didn't realize I spelt it wrong. I mean, like, what else is new? Pleasantville. Oh, it should be 2 L's, shouldn't it? Okay, well, there's going to be a joke about that. Alright. Yeah, I'm not going to... Unless we bankrupt another city. I did save it, right? I did save it. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Joint development agreement. This is the OS2 paradise that we never got. Oh god, there are so many bad jokes I could make about that. So we have basically no commercial demand, and we have a lot of industrial demand. Yeah, so our residents are going... okay, so I see how this works. So basically, you know what? Let's basically just keep commercial taxes very low. And then you have the total amount of population of each. So residents... Like, what? Do I only have one person living of each, or is it like 1,000? Oh, it's because we're in January. That explains it. So yeah, let's do a major, you know, let's like, oh wow, you can go all the way to 20%. That will do very bad things. So... Industrial's high, so we raise taxes there, and we keep residential taxes fairly low. This game is more, like, if you're actually trying to build it as a city builder, it is actually quite hard. If you just want to use it as a disaster game, that's fine. We can do parking fines and legalize gambling, because that generates crime, but we don't have enough people to actually care. Alright, I think my sound library is a little bit too dramatic for this. Alright, you know what? I can get to this, behind this chill. There's a chill I can get behind. I think it's going to be the story of OS2 as told by SimCity 2000. Because I really... I really do feel like it was a happy, wonderful time. Oh god, that really does sound accursed. Although I do really feel like this is going to be an entire video series of just... Alright, so we have more demand for commercial. Let's see if that demand actually sticks around, or does it actually, like, build everything that's there. Because I think throwing down some more dense commercial is actually not a bad idea. You don't need that much commercial. Okay. Bare Metal Tech TV, it's actually members only right now because I'm going to edit it into a video, and I sometimes wonder if posting the live streams just cause it to go, but I think I'm for stuff that I actually am going to make a video on, I'm going to make the VODs a Patreon perk with the edited video being available free on YouTube. I haven't committed to this, but the fact of the matter is I do a lot more live streaming than I do videos, and some people watch and I don't know. I haven't decided if this is actually the course I want to take, but I really would like to get my YouTube revenue just a bit higher. Because right now, it's the only income I have coming in. And... Alright, so let's do a little bit more dense... Alright, so I think we're making money pretty okay. So I think what it's coming down to is we just don't have enough residential demand. So I think... Yeah, like commercial demand is basically zip. Industrial is pretty heavily taxed. Build it and they will come. See, I don't even, like I said, I don't even know why the MIDI driver keeps locking up. I really do think it's the game because it's implied that this is, I really feel like this is a beta. So citizens demand police. I'm not going to give in to that demand yet. Taxes are looking okay. Those bond payments. How much money would this bring in? You know, let's just go with a nice 2% and just let's see how much people we can get in this city, because if even at a 2% rate, we might be able to be okay. Yeah, because now there's industrial demand going up. And almost no commercial demand. Yeah, no, I completely get that. Like, it's a really... I don't like doing it. Avid unemployment, pollution, crime at 10%. I think there is a way... Okay, let's see if we can actually find the crime map. Okay, so that turns off the buildings. Can I make this bigger? I can sort of make it bigger. Okay, so that shows me basically... Okay, so we basically have no pollution in this area. Yeah, it's low. There is some crime, though. I mean, it's not horrible, but some. Just gonna run some pipes here, just so we don't, like, run out of money and need it when we need to expand. I have a bad feeling that this version of the city might go broke. Being said, like I said, industrial demand is high. Like I said, I'm trying to find a happy balance on this one. There's no to-do guide on how to be an influencer aside from... Let me phrase this. The to-do guides on how to be an influencer largely involve you screwing over your, sucking money out of your audience until they're dry. It's like, fuck that noise. I deal with that in every little bit of day-to-day life. On the flip side, I have a powerful need to eat. I really think the crime is what's causing these guys. Yeah, because, these are high... No, crime is low. Cheap apartments. You have industrial, but you're not developing. Is it too far away? Oh, it may be too far away. That might be the problem. So then let's try putting a little dense residential here. Because... the way this works in this game is very quirky, but there is a travel limit of how far Sims will go. So if this develops and then this goes... Yeah, you just noticed I dropped that down and it looks like it's starting to develop. Treat streaming like a microtransaction heavy microgame developer. I worked as a contractor for Mixer, and that hurts. Because like, Mixer is dead, so, like, there's no... I'm talking about a company that's completely defunct. Microsoft bought them and then has shut down the service since. It's been going as well as it can be. Like, I'm not all that great at this game. Then again, I've insisted on playing on hard, so I have no one to blame but me. I think I'm going to just zone down a little bit more industrial, because that's starting to come in now, and these guys are going to need jobs if they're actually going to make money. So we're just basically going to zone that all down like that. And we are now down to 38 bucks. So if we can't make this city work, we're screwed. It might be worth... I mean, we could try... Honestly, I am tempted to take the bond and give him police. How is it actually looking? Crime low. There goes the last of the money. Hey, year over year, we're seeing more money come in. Unfortunately, it's still not out paying the bond payments. I don't think Doom would run, at least, I've not had a lot of good luck with Protected. Like, the DAWs version of this game won't run on OS 2. Nor will the Windows version, the 16-bit Windows version, which this port is based on. Yeah, we're actually seeing now quite a bit of demand and things coming in. So how's our... I mean, the city is actually looking pretty good, all things considered. So assuming we're not debt spiraling, which we might... 3%, current funds, year-to-date cash flow, 93%. So... we probably can support a 6% tax rate and a 3% tax rate on industry. Actually, I think we're going to have to go a little bit more aggressive than that. But not that aggressive, because it might actually scare. I think we're going to have to take out a second bond. Yeah, see, that's not even enough to offset it, and will definitely harm industry by doing it. I can only really put those ordinances into effect if basically demand doesn't crater. But if we can get demand to level out, we might be able to get the taxes into a happy place where we can basically just make more money. Paying back the bond might actually be a problem, but yeah, I mean, everything's going up. Yeah, I know I forgot an L, so if I bankrupt this city, it's because I did it wrong. Yeah, actually, look at that. We'll probably bring in 225 city ordinances. We still have some abandoned buildings in the industrial zone. And we do have some abandoned buildings in the, well, commercial we've got abandoned. I think we can get a bit more out of the residential taxes, actually, given how high the demand is. Honestly, let's go all the way to 8%, because that brings us just short. That brings us just short of actually not going into debt. Or starting to claw our way out of it. I'm not streaming on OS 2. I'm streaming in an emulator. From an emulator. I always love the soundtrack to this game. It is iconic. Yeah, residential demand still remains extremely high. I mean, the land value is actually pretty good, all things considered. You get a little toot toot. Estimated cash flow -8. Oh my god, we might chat, we might almost be out of deficit spending. My god, we are almost out of deficit spending. I should feel good about that. Let's go ahead. Let's put on Cheetah, because at this point we're basically just waiting for money to come in. We have founded the city. We've made money. They want police, but that's about it. I could probably put, you know what? I could probably pull up, you know what? I just realized what I'm going to do. Hold on. I have premium on my YouTube account. Let me just pull up the soundtrack for this game. I can't play it from within the game itself without crashing it, but I can just pull it up. In fact, you know what? I'll pull the version. Let's actually listen to the Sega Saturn version. You know, no, let's actually listen to the original version. It's not a long soundtrack, 23 minutes. And autoplay is off because I don't know what it'll play. I don't want to find out. I think we can support higher residential taxes. Or, you know what? Actually, an income tax. That gives us 23... An estimated cash flow of 25. Let's see if we actually get it. So 86 blocks Sound Blaster support is a little irky. Okay, that's good to know. If we can get a patch. Oh look, Chicago has discovered the subway. Chicago Mayor Britton credited business mongrel Wright in picking up subways. Like, this is basically AI generated text. I believe it's like basically an Eliza thing. We're definitely seeing more and more abandoned buildings. Are we losing people or are we gaining people? Population, health, yeah, and we have no education. Workforce is 83%, which means we're actually going to start losing people because the well, they do immigrate, so I think we're actually okay. Tornado warning. Oh no. Chat, I can't click. Okay, chat, I think that's crash count 5. Oh god, I haven't saved it in a while. I will leave this VOD listed. Like, I'm not gonna make this one. Yeah, that's the right soundtrack. Oh no, it's chat. I think OS2 crashed on me. I don't know. It's trying. Yeah, I think it's crashed. Chat, I think I'm going to take a bit of a momentary break. Oh, I love this one. Yeah, I'm kind of... I mean, you know what I should call this? An authentic OS2 experience. All right. I'm curious how much we actually lost. Alright, well, I'll replay the fan favorite music then. So how much did we actually lose? Oh, chat, wow, we actually still have money in this save. So actually, hold on, pause it. Because now that I know what to do with money... Or should we just start a new one? Yeah, you're seeing Workplace Shell. Do I have dynamic recompilation on? Yes, I do have it enabled. So I think what we should do, since now that we have actual money again... And then let me just throw some dense residential down. Because I was thinking I should also do it like right here because it's basically free. Then we just do that. Okay, nope, you have pipes. Alright. We are good to go. This time I will save it. I'm a little bit, like, annoyed with myself that I made that typo. But let's see how that works out. You know, I think I actually will turn it off, but let me just see how this city starts, because I want to see if I've actually learned anything from this experience. You know, actually, I think I'm gonna make the JDAville thing bugs me so much that I actually think I'm gonna start one more city. It is gonna be 2 L's though. It's gonna be on hard. We're gonna pause it. I'm gonna take a brief break. Honestly, once you get used to OS2's quirks, it's not bad. It's just quirky. Can I make it bigger than that? Like, can I type in like 50? Oh, I can type in 50. All right, I'm gonna take a brief break and then we will do some more. You know what, chat? I think what I actually want to do is I want to tell the story of IBM for the joint. I have a really twisted idea. I really want to make the story of OS2 in SimCity 2000. The problem is I actually have to be able to play the game for it to work. So I'll be back in a little bit. Alright, I'm back. At least for now. Alright, so let's start. So I think this area is... Alright, so let's try this again. So let's do power plant. We have no real place for a hydroelectric. Like, I don't think the standard map gen will give you that. Like, just to make sure, we don't actually have any, like, waterfalls in this map now. I'm just trying to think if I could actually viably do, like, if you could actually tell the story of OS2 with SimCity, what it would even look like. But I'd actually have to be able to, like, play this game and, like, maybe having it on hard is not the best idea. But I do find it amusing. So let's try this. Let's make that dense residential. Let's make a small amount of dense commercial right here, because you don't need that much. Let's build a standard causeway, because by time, if the causeway becomes a problem, this is going to basically be our industrial area right through here. I feel like I'm going to run out of money before I put the actual power poles down. Which will be funny, but also bad. Alright, let's see if I actually got enough money to do this. Rotate the map. Alright. Honestly, that doesn't look too bad. Although the proof, as they say, will be in the pudding. Although I do think I'm going to need a road actually going up this way. Because I feel like just zoning more dense residential is the unfortunate solution to many of life's problems. And then what we just do is we just get a bunch of water pumps. And pipes. And we let it go. All right. Look at all the buildings pop in. Okay, so we definitely need more industrial. Honestly, I think I'm just going to try spending money as fast as I possibly can and see what that actually gets me. Yes, we're basically down to $12. And look, we actually have traffic going over the bridge. So let's slash the tax rate on commercial just because there's no demand for it. Actually, yeah, maybe we should just leave, I'm just going to leave it at 7. Let's just see where we balance out in a few years. Well, this is before inflation, but we've just gone very bankrupt due to the bond payment. Like I said, I am playing this on hard, and I think I'm going to have to actually put, I might actually have to, the problem is that the bond's basically $300 a month that I have to pay in zoning and infrastructure costs. But I also don't think I can meet demand with what I actually have. Because the distance I have between stuff basically ensures that I don't have all that bad pollution problems. So that being said, all the indicators are up high, which means we might have hit the sweet spot with this one. Because you know what? I think we can get a little bit more. Parking fines, legalized gambling. Yeah, like we have almost no commercial demand, but we have the everything else. Alright, so total expenses to date, city ordinances, bond payments, transit authority. I think we're just going to leave it as is. Oh. And hope we don't go further into debt. How's our deficit spending looking like? 200 to date. So, can we just get a bit more out of that? So the difference between Red Spine and Blue Spine OS2 is that it realistically... Yeah, you know, I think I'm going to have to take a second bond. Like, I just don't want to give up right here, so I do think we're actually going to have to take a bond. Alright, not yet. Like, let's see if we reach an equilibrium, because it looks like... Yeah, I think we need... No, I think we need more zoning, so let's actually do it. And really hope that this doesn't end badly. Those rates suck. We're gonna wait a year. Yeah, I think the problem is that there's no bridge here, and I don't have enough money to make the bridge. So, unless I can actually tax what we do have high enough... And it does actually look like year over date we are making more money with that. So, you know what? Let's put the these back on. It's not quite enough to get the cash flow where I want it, but... God, those sound effects are just... Yeah, there's not enough to actually justify that. Let's put that back on 7 so those develop, and then let's just raise the residential. So that's what's causing the most of everything. Plus 25. Yeah, let's see here. Show bond. Alright, let's see if we can just get the city finances in order. Basically, the problem is that this area right here where the cursor is a little bit too far. Hey, look, actually, estimated cash flow is positive. Because year over date, it is actually going up. So why don't we just leave it like that and see if it keeps going up? Playing this game as an adult versus a kid is really different, especially when you learn how like things like state finances actually work. August. So far. Yeah, I mean, like, every tile of zoning is $10. So it would take us at current rate. We're still actually positive. So I actually think we have to take the bond and grow. Yeah. Honestly, that didn't increase the bond payments that much. Because if I do that, I can then do that. I think it's 6 from a road you can do. Like, I think if I do a road like this, that whole area will develop. And we have a demand for commercial. Alright, so in theory, yeah, those bond payments are going to hurt. So what we basically have to hope is that at this point, with the growth that we can get out of this city, it's going to basically outpay the $700 per month that we now need to pay. But realistically, we can also do things to increase things like land value. That screech noise never gets old. I really appreciate that. We can also build a police station. Where are we going to put that? I want to put it somewhere where it doesn't really... Actually, right here would be ideal for it. And then we're just going to drastically cut that funding. Let's see how it grows. Because with additional industrial, we should be okay. Basically, all we want to use this money for is zoning and roads. Although we'll probably have to make more bridges along the river, but still looking pretty good right now. Yeah, I mean, the tax is coming in pretty good, except for the fact that everything's starting to crash over there. Demand for everything is basically going down. Yeah, I mean, that is still, I mean, the problem is that most of your first bond goes to the power plant. And we also have a hurricane warning, so I actually think that's a good time to build fire. I don't know where I'll put it. The building itself basically generates an aura. Lower taxes. They're asking for pollution ordinance. So why don't we actually do that? So why don't we actually give them pollution controls? That's $18. We'll cut taxes for growth. Nope, I think we're actually going to have to raise taxes. But I think the pollution thing will actually help. Now they want hospitals. Of course they want hospitals. Alright, so let's actually save this city because we've already lost a few cities that way. Alright, so I actually have a pretty good feeling to this one. Police does not need road. The building just basically projects an aura. I mean, chat, look at that. We're starting to actually getting to the point we're going to be able to pay off those bonds. And that's how government works. Like, literally, that's why deficit spending is allowed. Because you notice that I basically took 2 bonds, and now the cash flow... I'm making now, what, $600? Yeah, about $600 per month off that money. So it is quite possible a 3rd bond might actually help keep things going, but I don't want to take out the money unless I actually have to. Like... This is how taxes work. You can find it if you look for it. Actually getting it to work, that's a little bit hard. It works on Warp 3. Apparently it also works on Warp 4.5, but 3 just basically... The sound you're hearing is not actually from SimCity 2000. We do have sound working, but it keeps crashing the game. So I'm just playing the soundtrack in another tab. Because they really do want hospitals. Demand is plummeting. How badly is demand plummeting? No, I think we're okay. Basically, property taxes are really not happy. Now, let's throw some business advertising on city beautification and commercial. Like, let's basically just spend money. Yeah, why don't we just spend money to see if we can raise demand? Yep, and year over year, our taxes are falling. At least... Yeah, I think we have to lower taxes. lower taxes, and then suddenly all the buildings start redeveloping. I think we're really losing a lot of population, so I think we need to... Yeah, like, we have money in the bank, so why don't we spend it on ordinances to try and get people to actually, like, live here? And that's already having an effect, because the RCI monitors are moving up. The stream audio is way quieter. It could also be the ads. Let me see if I can make it go louder. My voice is my passport. Verify me. Yeah, we're actually now seeing... Oh, I'm feedbacking. I mean, it doesn't really go much higher than that. The old place used to have an echo, though, so I might have to make some more adjustments. Yeah, I think we're about to go into a bankruptcy death spiral. Yeah, we're actually losing money quite fast. Tourist advertising does actually seem to be working, though. Oh, our city is very poor. Because we actually need people to live in it. If I hit this button called air, does it actually work? Because we didn't have that back in New Jersey. Maybe I have to hit the air button when I am exposed to actual oxygen. I am sucking and sucking with this game. Can I get a graph of, like, the city finances? Okay, so yeah. So now we get... Hey, look! Actual useful information. So we can actually govern with, like, magic, you know, with data. I feel like all I'm doing is adjusting the taxes. Yeah, you know, you don't appreciate that hard games actually used to be hard. We're not bankrupt, though. I mean, that's the actual big thing, is that if we can kind of plateau the city somewhere, because right now the city is growing. Yeah, so there's actually a fair bit of unemployment in the city. Traffic's okay, crime is fine. Education sucks. Health is pretty horrible. And the Fed rate... Oh, see, you notice what happens? The Feds cut the rates, and then suddenly, like, shit happened in the city. Because I had to lower taxes, and thus how it's all interconnected. Yeah, look, now the city's actually growing quite nicely. So we still have a fair bit of zoned everything. How can I increase demand with what I actually have? Can we, like... A marina is $1,000. But it would make our land value go, like, stupidly high. Which might actually be worth it, because I think we'd be catering to the ultra elite. Stadium, I don't think is worth it. Yeah, stadium is 5,000. Zoo, 3,000. So I think a marina might actually be worth it. I think I want to have it like right here. Placed across shorelines. Okay. I hope that wasn't a waste of money, but I'm hoping it, like, I'm basically just hoping it's going to make all of downtown just, like, blossom. Although I guess maybe I should have had it over here. Trying to play SimCity on HP touchpad sounds just painful. I probably shouldn't have built a marina. Maybe. Let's see here. Let's call it the USS deficit spending, because that is how we are working here. And yet, it actually does seem to be working, because look how the commercial demand has just gone through the actual roof. So let's continue developing out. Like, yeah, I definitely think we have enough commercial to the... So, you know what? I think we need another bridge here. This is going to suck when we have to build a seaport. And then we can open this area up to some commercial development as well. Next bond is at 4%, so it's not horribly... It's painfully terrible, but it's not end of the world bad. Let's see how much more money we can get out of this. I really want to stop spending if I can avoid it. But commercial is actually doing well enough that I think we should tax it a little bit higher. Yeah, we should be able to get a bit more money out of that. I haven't played a city builder in a very long time. Oh God, I am not able to spell today, apparently. I mean, at least we got the C right. I can edit a sign, though. Def. Hold on, I gotta pause it first. Deficit spending. There we go. So we're actually getting to the point that we can afford new residential. I think we have to expand to a new part of the city, but I haven't figured out where we want to develop it yet. Like, let's see if how high the actual bars go. Because I feel like sending residential more down this way is a good idea. But we probably going to want some on this side as well, because basically Oh yeah, demand for residential is literally skyrocketing. So, give the people what they want. Oh wow, I am almost broke. Okay, so in that case, I'll build it like that, so I spend less money. Because, we might have to take out another bond at this point. $37. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that marina was probably not a good idea, but... How much is the city actually growing? So we're actually up to 6 million. Yeah. I don't know. I've just gotten to the point that I can't do weekly videos, and like, I've been struggling to find enough enjoyment in my channel to even continue it. So I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I still want to make videos, but I'm not enjoying making content beyond that. At least not vintage computer stuff. Like this, I actually don't mind so much. All right, you know what? You know, the industry is going to get a 0% tax rate because absolutely nothing is... I think the pollution controls are actually affecting it too much. Like, this is going to blow up my city kind of crazy. So Paris constructs the subway in this timeline. All right, so that is developing. Yeah, so we're basically paying off one bond with a second bond. I just don't want to take out another bond if I don't have to. And given what residential demand looks like, can we, like, get some more money out of that? The problem is that I get more people watching my streams by making videos. It's kind of this vicious cycle. But honestly, I might just do a video on this for the sake of actually just playing it. Then again, should I even bother making a video about this? Like, I don't even see why this is abandoned. Unless it's too far away from a house, it shouldn't matter. 64 traffic. Like, are you not getting 1 car a minute? So, you know, this area might actually be too far from basically anything. Residential demand is actually, like, crazy low. You know, let's set commercial demand to 0 and see if, like, we can just get money out of people. Because basically... Like, let's see what a 0% tax rate immediately does, and then we could probably, like, just do a 1%. Yeah, like, and then we see the entire industry area just kind of, like, entirely revitalize. I mean, that might be what I end up doing. I don't know. I just have not been in a good place as far as the state of my channel. I don't really like that I've been emulating everything, but I literally just moved across the country. So why are you all abandoned? So 64 feet. Okay, so we are seeing industrial demand now. But basically all this went to abandoned. Is it possible that's too far away? I mean, I don't see... I mean, it is possible. SimCity's pathing rules are kind of obnoxious. I think I have to actually take another bond. Ooh, 5%. That's... Yeah, that hurts a little bit. Now we're paying $1,000 a year in debt. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Well, screw it. We now have the twin bridges. I think the solution is I'm just going to build a lot of dense industrial like this. And then we're just going to put a lot of residential right next to it. This sucks for air pollution. You'll get people complaining if you do this. But it's also, I think part of it is due to the way the travel restrictions in this game work that I've like forgotten over years and years and years. I probably didn't actually need to do that, but whatever. All right, so now let's just get... Honestly, let's run down some schools just so we're starting to educate people. Because that does actually increase land value by, like, a lot. And we'll also throw one over here. Actually, I think libraries are the most cost-effective thing you can actually get for increasing your Sims education. So we'll just put the city library right there. And that bell sound is amazingly amazing. Pro reading, and then how's our education and budget? $6 a year? Oh, you know what? I should have done that a while ago if that's only $6 a year. Be nice if it was really that cheap in real life, but, you know, just saying. Oh, yeah, no, I think the city's actually starting to grow quite... Yeah, we're definitely growing. I think from a high of, what, 6 million? Yeah. And we should now start seeing an increase in population. Yeah, city size went up. Not quite sure how all these different numbers correspond with each other. I guess I should also throw down a hospital, although I have this horrible sensation. Like, where do I put down the city hospital? I guess it'll be over here. That means the only thing left is, yeah, we have a water shortage. So that should cover all the major issues, I hope. We probably just need some more pumps somewhere on the system, and yeah, water pump. Alright, the city has been maximized. And the music has been restarted. Look, everything, all the demand indicators are going way, way up. What should we call this? Like, let's see here. I don't know. Like, we should call some of the things in the map something. The question is, are we actually... Wow, chat, look, the demand is actually starting to go up, like, a lot. Pro reading, I think we can afford to raise taxes to 4%. I mean, our demand is very high for everything. We could actually try for 5%, because then we're paying off about half of our bonds. Which, because unfortunately, if I can't do it on this cycle... Hey, yeah, we're flourishing. Hold on, actually... If we are flourishing, has our bond rate gone down? No, we're still 30k in debt. Alright, so since we're that far down into les dettes, let's start planning out more residential zones. Apparently the city will take them. I mean, that's a nice bustling area. And apparently I never plugged in that school. Why is that blinking that has no power? Huh. Okay. Oh, are we actually running a... Hold on, are we running a... Are we out of power? Oh god, that would be really bad if we've actually... Are drain... The plants... It's the way the power plants in this game work is... Yeah, we're running too much over capacity, damn it. That either means we need a new power plant or we need to... shut down part of the city. Can we could get some hydroelectric power, but I always find how it works in this game to be very cheaty. So I don't really want to do that. I think I'm going to have to take a bond out for another power plant. I'm currently thinking what to do about this because if the power plant is overstressed, it could actually self-destruct. So either I have to reduce the grid, in which case... I think I have to issue another bond for a second power plant because we're just sucking too much power out of this one. We either go with coal or oil. Oil generates quite a bit less pollution. We're already 3 bonds deep. Yeah, I think we have to reduce the grid, so... I think the easiest thing to do is we just add another school on this side somewhere. I mean, it doesn't seem to matter the school is not powered. But yeah, why don't we just throw another school, like, right here? Oh, we're Orion power plant needed. How far are we actually doing with outrunning the deficit spending? Honestly, I think we're gonna have to finance. We're just gonna have to finance it and hope we can just basically spend our way out of this. If we cut, hold on. Actually, if we cut back the healthcare fund to 5%, yeah, like, and those cuts never pay off. So I think we have to go. Like, you don't even save all that much money, all things considered. Like, it's such not worth cutting those at all. And yet people do so in real life, you know, real life politicians, because they don't believe it. You know, energy conservation might be enough to drain to, I really do think it's going to have to be another bond to pay for a new power plant. Because even if I raise the taxes quite significantly... Yeah, you know what? I can actually raise these quite a bit. Let's raise these to 5 and 5. And let's just see what that does for a year. Yeah, see, the problem, I think we're, by running the power plant over age, they can just die earlier, but I think for newer plants, it's less of a problem. I think we're just going to have to kind of see where we end up. Well, here's end of the year. Still definitely looking good as far as RCI indicators. Oh, wow, chat, look at that. We're actually almost going to be, we're actually almost there as far as... I'm going to keep industry a little lower. Can we, like, take this all the way to 10? Like, oh my god, we're actually making money. We don't even need all that much. Like, if I... Well, let's just see if that actual estimated cash flow holds. Yeah, I have that feeling I taxed that a little bit too heavy. And it's probably paying... I'm paying for it now. How's the city looking? We got some abandoned buildings in industrial, but otherwise... I think we're okay. I think the problem is we just don't have enough workers because we're having power shortages. And we really can't... How's our money situation? Hey, chat, we're actually profitable. Like, we're actually making money. Yeah, we're definitely going to... I'm going to have to definitely take out a bond simply to pay for the next power plant. $60,000 bond. I mean, this is basically how you get debt trapped. Yeah, I think we take out the bond now. Issue bond. And now we're going to see how bad that makes the debt payments for next year. Power plant. We're just going to get another coal burner. I'm not spending the extra 2K for a rather marginal upgrade. And it is marginal. It generates less pollution, but like I said, I don't think at that point that's all that big of a deal. So, over in Coal Valley. And that means over here. I think we just throw some light industrial down here because I don't really want a lot of pollution in this area. It should encourage development and growth. And then we'll just throw a little commercial down. So residential demand remains sky high. I'm guessing I probably can build another residential neighborhood like right over here and it would just basically work great. Like right there to the map edge. And then we just need some pipes. Took everything up to the city water grid. Let's see how that works out. I wonder if this version of the game has the archaeology launch feature. There was actually a win condition in SimCity and the Windows 95 version, which I'm assuming this is based on. I can't imagine they wouldn't have included it because I think it's also in Win 3.1. You can get the launch archaeologies and you can actually win the game. I don't even know if it's there. I mean, that would I'd probably be the first one to ever actually do it on this version. I mean, residential demand remains stupidly sky high. Let's just keep building residential. I think we definitely want to develop this side of the map as well. And I'm actually... Yeah, can I lower terrain? Like, can we get rid of this? So we can basically demolish this. It's expensive, but it's not too... Yeah, it's not too bad. At least for a little stuff. So yeah, we're basically stable as far as city size goes. Although we're definitely seeing a pretty deep loss of things. Yeah, okay. So we're now paying $800 a month. Let's continue in growing out the residential. And then let's also throw down, like, a big park. That sound effect never gets old. Like, no matter what we do, like, it just doesn't get old. You know, let's throw another one down just to, like, if we can. Okay, look, and now it's getting all better. Nice. 2000 was the game I started on. Like, I just remember it. There's obviously other ones that, like, I remember playing 3000 a fair bit. I didn't have Unlimited because I literally got it when it came out, and I wasn't willing to buy the same one. I have 4 on Steam, but I find the city sizes are very small, and, like, it actually takes a lot of effort in 2000 to build a working city. I found in 3000 and 4000, you didn't even have to think about it. Like, it would just basically work even if it was remotely city-shaped. Right, you know, I think residential is crashing, so I think we gotta go down to 7%. So now we have public busing. So the biggest things that we're currently dealing with in this city is traffic and pollution. So maybe if we drop, yeah, we can now drop bus depots. They are a little expensive, but honestly, I think it's a good idea because it'll help get people around the city. Although I do think they're a little expensive. And we'll put one here. How badly has my transit costs gone up? Because you can't really cut funding to these. You actually can do it. I think it's just you can't lower road. Alright. I think a 6%... We've got to try and get this budget a little bit more balanced. Because we are kind of debt spiraling here. I think we keep it at 4. But we're going to be bankrupt in a year at this rate. I just hope the city is big enough that we can actually pull out of this. We might have to cut spending quite heavily to make this work. Because basically we now have to dig out from the debt we're in, which is going to be easier said than done. That being said, demand is going back up, which means that taxes will go back up. Oh yeah, that last one probably isn't connected to water, so we should actually do that. Thank you. Let's see how our buses are actually doing. Like, are we actually transporting people? 27 per day. That's not a lot of people per day using the bus. But, okay, the industrial demand is actually going up. Oh, tornado. Yeah, we don't care. So that was the first alarm with the absolute worst sound effect I've ever heard in this game. You know what? I think we do actually have to cut back on our funds, so I think we're going to just cut this all down to 5%. I think I gotta do it. I'm cutting back on transit funding. We'll have to repair it as it does it, as it falls apart. Actually, I think what we do with this actually is, instead of just cutting back on transit funding, we just cut back... Fine, you know what? 80%. I know I'm probably going to regret it, but I think... Fine, you know what? No, I'll actually leave that one on fall. Transit authority. Another tornado warning. So we are seeing industry move back into the town. Oh, I should plug it in before I run out of money again. Maybe people will actually use it now. 27 a day. I get the feeling these are just not worth it, these bus stations. I think I feel like I spent a bunch of money for them. If they work like subway stations, they're probably 6 tiles. Like, if I were to put one somewhere here in the center, it'd probably be much more effective. But we've just gone into bankruptcy, into debt. But... actually, we might be okay, all things considered, considering how much I've slashed the city's budget. Well, that's what bonds are for, that you can expand the city without, but I'm currently suffering so much into debt that I can't really do much. So I kind of need to get out from the debt spiral. But I don't think it's happening. It's a 6% bond. I think we just hold on for now and see if we can start pulling our way out of the debt. Because if we weren't in debt, we'd have a lot of money right now. That was a sound. Oh, I've also got some of the reward buildings. Hold on. I got the mayor's house and city hall, which means we've passed certain population milestones. We should put these down. They're free to place. I think we can do... Yeah, I think we can do it over here. We'll put them somewhere better later. But we'll put the mayor's house... Okay, apparently I need money for that. Okay, so I'll build the mayor's house next time we have money. I didn't even see the pop-up that we had been awarded them. $109 to date cash flow. City ordinances. You know what? If we get rid of that, we get rid of that, and we get rid of that. How many people are in the city? We have 6 million in the city, which means we actually should be close to getting the military base. How's our crime looking? Crime is looking okay. Pollution is absolutely horrible. So, okay, so you know what it is? The Fed rate varies from year to year, and that's the year what you get bonds at. So, you know what? That makes actually a lot of sense. So, you always want to do it in... Alright, I have no money, so I can't build development like that. I think I gotta just raise it higher. Yeah, I still can't get out of this debt trap. Because when things are good, we have plenty of money. The interest rate is 4%. And we pay $150 a month to basically handle that. So the city ordinances by themselves are basically paying for our bonds with our services this shut off. I'm a little tempted to actually take out another bond, but I really think, like... Next bond's at 6%. And I apparently took one at 6%, so you know what? Let's just see if we can even claw our way out of this. So no advice at this time. Pollution ordinance. We should float a bond for the expansion of the city. How bad is our schools with that amount of funding? Yep, we're grade F. We're absolutely grade F because we have 0 teachers. Alright, so maybe some investments in education to, like, be grade D would be nice. So I'm minus 370 in cash flow. I wonder if we just get more out of commercial. Like, I can't build more commercial, so if the demand is that high, I can tax it higher. Yep, and that's bringing the rate down. Leningrad deploys hot... Oh, God. No, Leningrad was it still a thing when this game came out? There's enough cities in the Soviet Union that's changed names enough times that it's hard to know. Or what was the Soviet Union that became Russia? So is that what we get for year to date, year to total, year to date? And every month this is costing us $150. So basically all the money the city generates goes into bonds. The joys of debt. So if we look at the Sim Nation, wow, we're actually the biggest city by quite a bit. I mean, of all the people that live in Sim Nation, like, we're huge. So I'm assuming that... Yep, no, our schools are still rated F. Our high taxes are driving everyone away. It's quite possible. Well, you know, they might have copied it from SimCity original. How's our bus network doing? Because it's about the only thing in this city that has money. 222 passengers a day is not bad, all things considered. Commerce needs connections. Actually, you know, that's kind of an important one. And you know what? The rates have actually gone down, so I am actually going to do that. This is expensive to do this, but we get to open a roadway to another city. They're $1,000 each to do this. You can also do it with a seaport. And I think I also want to build a road going this way. Yeah, so that should allow people to come into the city, so now that we have a roadway connection. I mean, what it really comes down to is, will I go bankrupt in that time? Because money is hard in this game. Yeah, we're now blowing $2,000 out of our pocket per month. I need to get... You know, I'm just going to slash the taxes. I'm going to slash the taxes. I just really wish I could understand why they're not, like, none of this is getting used. Altitude, crime high, pollution. You know what? Maybe they just need... Let's try funding these at 50% since we're flowing the bond for the city finances. Maybe at 50 we can actually afford it. And we'll then just drop a police station. Where do we drop the police station? So how much does that help with the area? So pollution low, crime low. So are we seeing, like, reindustrialized areas? Once I plug in said police station anyway? 60% is in the workforce. Education is okay, all things considered. Yeah, so there's like basically no demand for anything, but now that we have the commerce to the outside world, it's like, I think I built the city too big because it doesn't seem to be able to have enough of anything. I don't know, I think things are actually starting to pop up. Like, what's the graph look like? So the city value took a huge plummet. I feel like opening those road connections really just didn't help us. Like, everything is in the... Whoa! Okay, we just had a major earthquake. Which apparently destroyed one road tile, maybe? God, downtown is looking kind of bad over here. See here, so $2, end of year funds 2,000. All right, fine. You know what? We're going to just be a 0% city. I think we're dead. I think we're going to go bankrupt. We've been playing for 3 hours. I actually want to beat this because I'm really frustrated at this. Like, I know it's hard, but hard and hard are two different things. So, like, let's try just having everything at 0%. Oh, you can add, I forgot that this feature was in here. You can open, like, random books with quotes in it. Or I guess it's just a Neil Grant, that is an old quote. I forgot how long he's been writing books for. So let's set the speed to cheetah, and let's just see if downtown comes back. Yeah, like, that area is starting to, like, come back. And then the whole city just kind of comes out of nowhere because taxes are 0. Alright, so now residential demand is actually really high. So if we set that to 5, because now we can make some actual money. I think a bunch of houses just closed. I think... Water treatment plant developed by Turkmenistan. don't even know what I'm like. I don't even know what I'm doing with my life right now. It's like I'm just sitting here live streaming a weird version of an old game on OS2 that I have now bankrupted several versions of the city with. I mean, demand is actually coming in. Yeah, unfortunately, I think we're actually going to see the game over screen. Unless I can pull this out. I think that last bond did us in. If that destroys the power plant, we're dead. Bitter bond market. Federal rate of 4%. So I guess bond rates are now 4%. Bond rate is 4%, but I assume it affects... Okay, you know, that actually makes a lot of sense on how that works. Alright, so can we get the taxes a bit higher to pay for things? Like, which one of these gives, like, the most bang for our buck? I'm assuming pollution... Wow, pollution controls is really expensive. I can hit nuclear free zone even though nuclear power hasn't actually been invented yet. It just causes a good vibe around the city. The thing is, I am really curious if the win condition for SimCity is actually on this game. So, if you can play all the way to 2050, and you have a big enough city that you can just build large acropolises, you will actually win. Like, there is an actual end screen. They all take off into space and they exit us. Yeah, we're actually seeing a pretty... You know, that 0% cut really did do it. Well, the music that we're listening to is the soundtrack of this game. It's just we're not listening to it in the game itself because it keeps crashing the game. So we are actually now starting to make, like, money. I really wish I could tell you why the buildings are abandoned, although we are seeing a lot of redevelopment, a lot of construction sites in the area, because demand is staying very high. And we're going farther and farther into debt. It has to get to a point where the budget actually exceeds... Like, I have to pay off one bond. If I can pay off one bond, we'll be good. That being said, demand is staying very high. I think I want to just keep commercial low, industrial taxes low. Because we don't have a lot of industrial in the city, and we keep losing it. Like, realistically, I think it's just we don't have enough jobs for people. Yeah, I really think by having the low industrial tax rate, I can basically just charge everything else higher, because that's redeveloping. I think I've learned something about this game from this experience. Buses are definitely going well. 2 employees for the whole system. How far into debt are we now? We're now minus $1,000 into debt. Can we actually go support like a 10% tax rate? I don't imagine we can. I'm assuming 9% is like the actual limit. Yeah, so Skirk isn't actually a avail. I thought it was installed, but it didn't actually seem to be there. Oh, I'm seeing houses disappear. I think I set the tax rate a little too high. I think 9 is basically as high as it can go without cratering. Yeah, now that I'm watching the effects much more closely in real time, I'm definitely seeing how that works. So it looks like you can't go above a tax rate of 9 or maybe 7 total. Unfortunately, I think that means that I'm not going to be able to pull... Maybe commercial I can get away with, although it's not that much money. Mostly just figuring out if we can even make more money. Actually, a 6% on industrial does actually look like it might do it. But every time I've tried to balance the checkbook in the past, it ends badly. Max's games have always been responsible for me having an interest in governance. And that sort of thing. I mean, 47 viewers, not bad for a Sunday when my viewership is not usually online. Yeah, I think we're just gonna bankrupt out. I'm just gonna let it run because at this point there's nothing else I can really do. So I'm gonna stretch my legs and we'll see where we are at. So I'll be back in a little bit. back. How are we looking? We are looking remarkably cratered out. Is there any chance of actually coming back from this? I think the answer is no. I think we call it... I think we're going to the default. Then again, we still have a AA loan rating, so... Yeah, the archaeology launch was the canonical end of this game. I have never achieved it legitimately. I played on the DAWs version. I don't think I've seen. I think I've seen footage of it, but only on the Windows one. I presume the archaeology launch condition is in this version because this looks like it's based on the Windows port. But yeah, I think this city is bankrupt too. We lasted 30 years. The problem is that those bond payments just compound upon each other. But I think you just have to wait until the bond rates go down because it was the compounding interest that really made it not viable. Let's make a new city. Do we want to try it again on hard? Like, I'll try it again. I will actually throw this onto a poll. Should I still continue on hard? Also name suggestions. Chad apparently likes to watch me in pain. Oh, I like Whistler. I actually really like Whistler. It's either gonna be Whistler or Chinooka. See, I've actually been to Whistler, so I know what's there. You know what? The city of warped dreams. Let's do it. Zaire arrests tourist. This really is like reading ChatGPT headlines, but it's the 90s. Alright, so... There is the very cheaty way to do it is I could create some hydroelectric dams. Alright, so let's do power plant. Yes, there is a space in the file name. Alright, so let's throw down let's throw down our power plant, and we're just gonna just like stick it over here. I think I want to do is I want to put from what I learned about the previous go-around, we're going to put a big park right here. Road like that. Road like that. We now have a roundabout. And I actually will just start laying some road out just so I can expand later. I've already spent an alarming amount of money. So let's place down some dense housing. And then basically all that. And then over here, we're just basically going to do all commercial. And all industrial. So now let's bring the road over. This is quite possibly the most expensive city we've started with yet. Getting power lines over this mountain is proving to be kind of annoying. Come on. There we go. Assuming that's connected. Yeah, it is. Alright, so that handles all that. We've got all that. Now we set taxes to 0. It's a move-in bonus, and I'm just going to throw a bunch of libraries down. Or actually, you know, just maybe a basic school. Because education is actually fairly important in this game. And before we completely run out of money, water pumps. Pipes. All right, let's see if that works. So that should grow real fast. Yep, commercial, industrial, all starting to grow right at a basically instant tick. Yeah, so commercial and industrial are basically growing in really quickly. So once we're growing in, then we just need to find a sustainable tax rate. RNC, Roller Coaster Tycoon, or I think we can actually get a little bit more industrial because there is a lot of demand for it. I'm a little worried that's too far away. Because I just realized I forgot, like I said, I think I forgot how this game's, if I D-zone, I don't get money back, right? I think I built the city too big. You know what? I'm just gonna reload this one. Because I still had money. Oh, okay. I guess I didn't actually save it. I'm losing my mind here. I might actually just call it soon, just because. I don't know. It's like, let's try dense industrial, and we'll just do. It's. I believe you can do 6 on a grid like that. Alright. Water pumps. I think that's probably the fastest time I've actually built the city. So then let's do pipes. And then with the last bit of money we actually have... Do we do a small park? I think a big park just gives for the land value. Alright, let's just do 3%. And there we go. Yeah, I think maybe hexagons. They were pretty OP in this one as well, if I remember correctly. So let's start improving the roads while we actually still can. Okay. So is that developing better? I think it's developing actually pretty well compared to some of the previous times we've tried this. Let's just keep it at a nice 3% tax as everything grows in. I just realized I have to put money. I have to put power lines there, and we put some power lines like that. That should help grow all that out. All right. Sudan guerrillas occupy embassy. That feels like a real world headline. Citizens demand police. How are we doing on money? I actually just really want to pay off that bond, so we'll probably have to take another one out like whenever we have to get a new power plant, but yeah, we're actually seeing a fair bit of things upgrade. Let me put some small parks down. That sound. And I can already place the mayor's house. So let's do that. I feel like that's really early for the mayor's house. There used to be... Some versions give you a pop-up for it. Approval rating, 39%. 37%. So people don't really like how I'm running the city. If we go to 4% taxes, at 6% we start getting close to breaking even. Actually, a 1% income tax. How close does that actually get us to, like, you know, paying off our debts? Like, let's see what that does for the city. I mean, we're definitely seeing some very high off space and nicer buildings come in. So my guess is, because there is a lot of demand for industrial, I don't know why these keep becoming abandoned buildings. They might just not have enough land value. Oh, wow, chat. Now it looks like we might actually be cash flow positive. Year-to-date cash flow, minus 37. July. I think if we raise these taxes slightly, because residential is pretty depressed. And also, I think I should move the mayor's house to be somewhere... Once we have money again, I should put it somewhere where I might actually be able to find it. 64% approve of how I'm running the city, though. So that's actually a pretty good, sizable upgrade. So estimated cash flow for next year is $81. So basically we're going to be at the point where it's going to take like 10 years for us to afford a police station. Unless I take another bond out to finance it. Like, what are the bond rates currently looking like? 4%. No, not worth it. 3% bond, I could actually get a good return on that investment. Oh, National Guard came by. Okay. I think we're just going to ignore that. I always used to play with disasters turned off as a kid. And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Yeah, like the land value in the city is actually going really high. So I really think parks are the things to go with. Denizens need police. Like what is our crime statistics looking like? Pollution high, crime medium. Well, there's nothing we can really do about the pollution. Wonder, can we raise the taxes another %? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I really think what the secret... I actually do think parks are the way to make things better, because the land value is just so low. But as land value is going up, because I can definitely see the improvement. Like, let's look at how we are... We're already population of 5,600. I think it's 60K where you get the military base. Yeah, it does look like another year. I think we can just raise taxes on residential. I think we can support 6 across the board, because that means we'll make $100 or $200. That's a few parks for land value, if nothing else. I mean, right now, all we gotta do is just wait another year for another year to pass. $200 in the bank. So what can we do with $200? I feel like if abandoned building is just due to the land value, because parks also reduce pollution, as do trees. So we're $5 in debt. We are 1 more year in. I think we can raise taxes on residential and commercial to 8%, which would bring us to $300 a year income, which pretty much would let us build 1 new zone per year. That might actually be worth doing. I forgot how much do parks actually cost? Small parks are only 20. Oh, actually, we do have money now. So maybe we should, like, put some small parks down. Or 1 big park. I feel like the small parks give me more bang for my buck, but we'll find out. Okay. That works. So let's now get a road out here. Okay. And we're not going to be able to do anything else for a while. Yeah, it does actually look like we're going to need police, although we could probably afford a police station in 2 years. And we also have a lot of demand for, if we run power lines up here, we can at least develop these houses for basically for free. They're already zoned. Yeah, we're going to just basically have to wait for more money to come in. The road didn't place because we have no money, but we're at least not debt spiraling like we have previously, assuming we basically just hold status quo when the property taxes come in. Because I think property taxes get... I'm not sure. So what is the my approval rating in the city? 47%. So these are all residential dense. Churches. All right. So we gained $300 there. So I think we just sit for another year and we give them the police station because we can now afford it with the city budget being what it is. How much capacity do we have on this new plant? 43% capacity. So I can build another residential neighborhood as is. 5% at 2. Can I get another? Would a What's the current bond payment going to look like? 3%. Honestly, that may be worth it. But you know what? I think we're just going to play it slow. Definitely feels slower than it should be, but it doesn't have the highest speed options that some versions of this game have. Okay, so now... So do we pay for the police station now, or do we try and make payments on the bond? I actually think... Or do I make a investment in commercial, because residency is falling? How much is it going to cost me to, like, zone downtown? Honestly, I think that's worthwhile. And more pipes hooked up. Alright, cool. I know citizens demand police, but I think we can't really afford them right now. I'm assuming everyone in the city is just, like, completely stupid. Average lifespan of 50. Yep, this is a hellish place to live. And average intelligence of 75. Yeah, I think a school is exactly the way to start here. We might actually need two. Yeah, we actually need more than one school for the size of the population. But getting everyone educated seems like a kind of a smart move. I forgot what I think a university in this game is really expensive. It's 1,000. Libraries are 500 and museums are 1,000. Hey, 42 viewers. So we did add a $25% thing to we had 25%. Sorry, my brain is working. $25 of education cost to our budget. So if we really want to grow it, I don't think I want to take another bond just yet. Like, let's see what we can do with what we actually have, because we can still grow the city quite a bit. Yeah, like, I can just fill in... I don't even have enough money to finish the zone out. The road costs that much. That's kind of annoying. We're literally going to have to build this region by region, zone by zone, to get it to a point that we can actually expand. But I guess that's not too bad for the starting stuff. I probably should just leave that spot open for a police station, because I think that's going to be the next thing we have to do. And I'm probably also going to have to do fire somewhere in this area as well. Well, don't say it hasn't burst into flame just yet. Just that I've learned what I've done by crashing multiple cities into the ground. Alright, so now we have... Hey, we do actually have money. Citizens still want police. I really don't want to build a police station. I want more things I can get money from. Like a new residential zone. And where else can we like if we rotate the map, guess if we extend this road down like that, we can then zone out more residential there. So this city, well, earthquake. Traffic's at 32%. Alright, so why is traffic as bad as it is? Presumably because there's only one route somewhere. Pollution is very high. I somehow remember you could used to like to be able to plant a lot of trees and like get the pollution to just disappear. It actually looks like we're going to get a fair bit of money from so year-to-date cash flow. So from property taxes, we get $250. So we'd have to save it for 2 years to actually give them a police station. And residential is actually kind of booming right now, so I think I'm gonna make like a Wall Street I'm gonna make like Wall Street and make short-term investments and ignore policing. Because we're literally just going to have to fill this in zone by zone. Yep, and there's the construction. That's actually getting low enough that I'm going to cut their rates so they don't fall too low. Because if they fall too low, then the residents of the city start moving out. Yep, and that's another section built. And we can already see that the commercial area is starting to get redeveloped because of the tax rate. Tax rate, like, you know, you always hear a lot of people saying cuts are always bad. And there is some truth in that, but they do have positive effects on an economy. It just really comes down to does the economy actually represent the people? And honestly, the truth is no, but that is actually... Okay, so we have a lot of commercial and we have a lot of other things. So I think we can raise rates just a little bit. Because if we can afford more commercial would probably... What actually brings us in the most money? Commerce only brings us in 3... Yeah, so it's really residents that are just basically bringing in all the money. So I think we just build more residents. Because we just got another inflection of cash. I'm assuming that will develop correctly if I do it like that. And then just build that. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna have to wait until the next money drops is really what that comes down to. I think I am actually just gonna build some right next to this school. If I really have to demolish it, I will. With every little bit of residency, we end a housing crisis that's kind of happening in this city. Let me Control S this. So it's literally just going to be a neighborhood by neighborhood build until we're done with it. Oh, I mean, okay. Oh. Another tornado. Or is that oh, it's a flood. I don't think we care. Actually, that does speed up, I think, it receding. Apparently, we're ringing out the children here at Warped Dreams. Alright, so December 1912, and we end up with basically no money, but everything actually looks really happy right now, so I think we're just going to raise tax rates basically to 7s. And I think we're due for some industrial. I think industrial right over here on this side of the... oh, I gotta reset the OST track. Good morning. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. God, we really have no money for, like, even a small zone. Alright, I guess we can do that. Oh god, I'm not even going to be able to power it. Please tell me you have the money for this. I have just enough money to do that, but I can't water it. Yeah, I'm $2 short of being able to actually connect the pipes up to that section. How's our education coming out? Like, are our Sims actually getting smarter? Yeah, it actually does look like they are getting smarter, because it was 75 before, and it'll take time for the change to kind of trickle. I don't know, next year we should hopefully be able to bring in about 300. See, the problem is that you basically need to get to the point, I think... What's the interest rate at? Bank rate is at 2%? Doesn't get cheaper than that. Because basically, if I throw the money down now, the city will... I can basically build a whole lot of zones really quickly to take advantage of high demand and high interest rates. But that also means I end up decades in debt. So I think the answer is still no. If we need to take one out for a power plant, we'll take one out for the power plant. Alright, $300. So I think we can just zone this all in as industrial. I think I have to build a road right there just so it actually has connection. So what do people actually think of me right now? 37% approval rating. I think we can take the taxes a little higher. And it also looks like we have a water shortage. So I think we're going to have to install more pumps with our next paycheck. Because that's how this game is shaping up. But we're actually getting some of the higher end structures in downtown. October. I really wish this had a faster speed setting. Year-to-date cash flow 400. So cool. That is actually pretty much what we need. So this is just going to get invested into water pumps because we just don't have enough water. I think we're still short on water pumps. Alright, well, now we're out of money. So now we wait another year. Maybe the city will actually get that police station that the city has wanted for a long time. Like, how bad is the crime? Crime is high. Yeah, I think it's time for a police station. We're going to be able to afford it this year. Yeah, it actually does look like we'll be able to afford it this year. It's not a lot I can do about the pollution, but yeah, we can definitely do something about the crime. Alright, so do we actually have the money? Yeah, we do actually have the money, so let's give them a police station. And that should pretty drastically reduce the amount of crime in this city. Yeah, because that is actually quite high what that crime is. So that should have a pretty notable effect. And then next year, we'll even give them fire protection. I might have to take a break here in a little bit. It's 10 o'clock. There's some definite issues with how this desk is set up that makes it a little bit harder for long duration streaming as compared to my old setup, but it's something I can probably adjust. Well, I mean, let's put it like this. Law enforcement's the thing that gets those really crappy drivers off the road, in addition to a lot of the bad things. Like, I don't like, let me put it like this. I don't like what our current society looks like in terms of law and order, but I also don't like the idea. Anarchy is not something I want to experience. Okay, cool. We get 471, so we don't actually have the money on hand to give them fire yet. That being said, you know what? Given that commercial demand is really high, why don't we just make a new commercial zone? It also looks like we don't have enough water entering into the system anymore. So given industrial is actually struggling, let's give them a tax cut. How's the city ordinances looking? Honestly, I think pollution controls is probably work it fit. Pro reading. I don't think we really need to build all that much, so I think the bonuses we'll get from the ordinance is probably worthwhile. You can always affect it as the city budget kind of dwindles and such. Yeah, okay, we're starting to see, I think we're actually starting to see a pretty, let's do 5%. Yeah, the city's still in the black for that. So how are we doing compared to the rest of the Sim Nation? So we've got a population of 7,200, and we've just, we have gone down. I think industrial needs like a really low tax rate right now. Fortunately, we are currently still basically a balanced budget. I think we can afford legalized gambling. It causes a fair bit of crime, but crime has been dropping pretty heavily. Yeah, like you just saw the effect right there. It just jumped right up. I think we're gonna actually leave that one off. I think the crime cost is just a little too high. We're running a very small surplus though, which is not a bad place to be. Okay, and we just got money. Public busing. I don't think that might be worthwhile, but maybe not, because it's also going to increase our transport costs pretty high. So it does look like the only thing that demand is actually going up on is residential. Alright, and next bit of money comes in. I mean, we are really... That loan is really chafing. God, we only get $100 due to it. How's our power plant holding up? Honestly, I was thinking the oil plant might have been the better choice, simply because... No, I take that back. It almost certainly isn't. We can fill in this block and this block, because this now has a road. Where else can we get just a little bit more out of what we already have? So do I build a bridge here? Oh, we're getting a whole lot of new buildings that we weren't seeing last time. And given how everything's going... Yeah, because basically we'd have $300 more on that bond if we could pay it back. We made exactly $11 to date cash flow. Alright, I think we gotta make some cuts here. So I think residential... I mean, the entire gameplay loop is you play for a year, you adjust the tax numbers, and then you keep playing for a year. So they built a subway system. You know, subways in this game, how expensive are they? Subways in this game can be incredibly OP. They're also incredibly expensive. They're $100 a tile. Like, we would need a bond to make those even remotely worthwhile, but you can make so much money with them. So the demand is for residential, so I guess we build residential as soon as we can. I don't know, it's like, I'm not creating a very pretty city, at least I don't feel like I am. But, game I haven't played in a very long time. Hey Flo, good morning. We're playing the very rare OS2 version of this game, and we're playing on hard, which means we're under crippling debt. And that is water connected for our next extension. And then commercial is back up. We have basically no industrial in this city aside from that giant brick in the middle. And I assume when the city burns up, because we have no fire departments, I'm going to get what I deserve. In fact, I definitely want to build some more commercial, because the property taxes are definitely a good way to fund this city. So I think we can get some commercial right over here, nice and easy. Well, I don't seem to need the industry because I haven't had any demand for it, which tells me that my Sims have enough jobs. I think an investment for a police fire station, though, is probably worthwhile, though. The city is big enough that it likely will care soon. And then a hospital and a college would be the next big ones. The problem is that I'm going to have to take a bond out at some point to replace, either expand the city to make more money or to replace the power plant when it dies. And this may just be a much slower death spiral, if not. That being said, we still have a fair bit of money left in the bank. Well, fire department first. So where am I going to put that fire department? I guess we're just going to put it here right next to where the police station is. Like, if I look at the little mini-map, I think I can make that bigger. I can basically click that, and I can click the absolute worst parts like the city for information. Crime is still medium. Yeah, so we still have some parts of the city where the crime is high right here in the center. And then if we look at, I think this is fire risk. All right, so let's build a fire station. And then let's also grab some commercial because they now demand hospitals because of course they demand hospitals. And now we have exactly no money. You know, let's try an anti-drug campaign and neighborhood, like, I think anti-drug pollution controls would be really nice, but that's going to be really expensive. Like, I can't afford them in this city. We had them on earlier, and it does make a huge difference, but while we're using coal as our main fuel, I don't think it makes all that much difference. Oh, and we have a water shortage now. You will get it. I just haven't uploaded it to Patreon. I'm sorry. I should have done that last night. I fell asleep. You know what? Let me download the VOD right now because I did record it locally, but it's in multiple parts. So I'd have to stitch it back together again to upload to Patreon. So let me actually do that. I probably won't be able to do that for I probably won't be able to do that for all of them. I can't do that for Discord. All right, yeah, let me download that. All right, so we get another $300 end of year funds. So what are we going to do with this money? I think we just get more people here to spend more tax money. Industry pays 9%, commerce is 7%. Yeah, we just don't have enough people to justify expanding domestic industry yet. So I think we just do this. We build another housing block. And we just keep going. Okay, so that's downloading. I'll upload it to Patreon. This VOD, I think I'm not going to make member only. I think I'll leave it up public because I'll probably just... I haven't decided yet. Traffic is 26, pollution is 9, crime is 7. %77% of capacity. So we're realistically at the point where I don't think we're going to be able to grow the city all that much more. We do get more / better plants later in the game. Playing SimCity 2000. All right, I think water infrastructure is the next thing we have to work on. Where do we not? Yeah, so we just don't have enough water over here. So you can place water pumps actually basically anywhere. They do work better next to a lake. So we probably can get 3 more water pumps. Although I have no idea how much more... that will help the city. It is. I feel like this is actually starting to lag. Yeah, so 3 water pumps. So we're bringing in $807. Police department is $100 per year, $100 per year. Health and welfare at education. I think we gotta make some cuts. I think the police department at 50%. Because that gives me another $100 to deal with all the problems every year. Some sales tax would also help with that. Yeah, I mean, that's going to bring us about $500 per year, which means we could pay off the bond in 10 years. That might be a long and painful 10 years, but that's an extra $300 every month. And then that does free us for getting to the next PowerPoint. So you know what? I think what we'll do is we're just going to save up money over time. We'll definitely do some major investments. Although, chat, this definitely feels like it's lagging. I mean, the other option is we just snowball, because we're 78% of capacity. And that will vary as the number of buildings actually goes up, and as a plant gets overloaded. Hey, we actually just got a new. We got just a city building. We got the city hall building. Sure, let's place it. Okay, so we end up with $500 in the bank. That is actually quite good. So what we actually get? So land use, transportation power, residential is 35, industrial is 16. Give it a, okay, so commercial's got very low demand is very low for commercial right now. So let's cut that. Let's get a little bit more out of residency. Yeah, it varies with time. I think I had the tax rate set too high, so we have a population. I think you get the city hall at 8,000. I forget what the next reward is. I think it's the statue. I think you get the statue. There's the statue. There's the Lima thing. And there is a few other ones before you get the archaeologies. Yeah, so we have hospitals demanded, and we have industrial demand cropping up. I am actually inclined to build a library because higher education. Look, the fact of the matter is, we're probably going to end up a fair bit of time waiting. Yeah, because libraries basically increase education throughout the city. So I think education we have on 100%. And what'll happen is that this basically makes Sims get smarter. So over time, those investments will pay back in. So demand is still low, so it's not worth our time to spend any more money. Although I do think doing something about those water shortages probably is worthwhile. And let's get some pumps. Like that. Yeah, 82% capacity. So we really can't grow much more than what we have. That power plant is completely maxed out. So we either wait 10 years, pay off the bond, and then we'd realistically be able to replace and expand the city quite a bit better. Assuming we can actually get there. Well, it's basically based on land appeal, and we're bringing in 500 each. The thing is that what we get for the police department doesn't really pay. I mean, the city's very small. In fact, I think I can cut this lower. Because they will complain if it's too low. Yeah, crime is medium. But this is forecasting $563 per month into the city's treasury. Because Commercial demand is really unhappy, so let me cut that more. And we're also losing residential, so we're actually going to bring in less money than expected. Because the city is going through booms and downtimes. The other option is, once I have the money to do it, is just build a second power plant. And they are going to demand hospitals, though. What would a hospital actually set me back? 500 for a hospital. I really think I just want to stock up money. Like, what else can we do? Legalized gambling would make a lot of crime, so I don't really want to do it. We're definitely seeing kind of a large depression in the... Yeah, you know what? We're going to even cut real estate taxes further. Fortunately, we've got money in the bank, so we can actually weather this out fairly well. Because it always seems like with deficit spending, you can actually get out of it. And you never can, and that's kind of how people get debt trapped in real life. We did lose the music. Okay, so that is done downloading. So let me throw that. Let me start just uploading that to Patreon. Gotta log into Patreon. Sorry, I'm definitely looking at this on the other screen right now. Hey, my creator page, which I haven't seen in a while. Okay, neat. I now have a... Sorry. I was looking the other way. All right, hold on. I actually need to look at our budget. How's our money looking? So 1,625. Transit authority is fine. Still not a whole lot of money coming in. I wonder if we do city beautification, we can get more residential demand. Because even with, like, the tax rates completely slashed, our commercial industry is just completely unhappy. Alright, that's going to take a while to upload to Patreon. So I'm inclined... Yeah, so we do have a kind of a residential boom going on. So maybe we should build a fair bit of residential. I'm not sure how much... Or do I just build the hospital because they keep demanding it? Because that also does have effects on how Sims live in your city. So education, warp dreams. Yeah, like we only brought in $300 that month. Do we build residential for more tax base, or do we build the hospital because the hospital is actually something that would help? I'm going to throw that to a poll. Oh, I already have a poll running, so I think I'm going to start a new poll. I'm going to take a bit of a brief break. What to focus on? Because that is a real problem. Our power plant's at 80%. So if I do expand the residency much more, that's going to be it until I can get a new power plant. That being said, if I just pop down a bond, we might be okay for it. Ooh. Alright, I'm going to take a brief break. I'll let you all vote. Let me bring up the break screen on OS2. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm back. So chat wants me to expand the tax base. All right, why don't we do that? So if we expand this road like this. And we do a dense residential zone like this. So the thing is that this might be the tipping point for the reactor. But yeah, you know what? I feel like if we can get the most we can out of that reactor, we might be able to upgrade to nuclear, or at least augment it with wind, because wind never breaks down in this game. It just makes power. Oh yeah, and look, they just immediately moved right in like that. So we do that, and then we also bump the residential rate to 8. Oh, we're still having water shortages. So now, while we look at that, how are we doing up here? 83% capacity, 29 years. So we gotta be careful, because I can always take out a bond, and then with the remaining 6,000, like, we can just huddle and try and save money back to pay back the reactor. But I think the winning move here is basically just to wait until we get wind power. End of the year's funds. Okay, so we are going to basically get... Actually, we're seeing residential demand, and then commercial is going up. So let's do 5 and 7 for this year. So where can we put more industrial? Because we actually have very little industrial in this city. I guess if we're going to do an industrial area, we could do it up here or down here. Or at some point, we could basically just flatten the map and like make a giant seaport. Would be very expensive to do it. Being said, I'm kind of getting a good kick out of this. Like, yeah, I don't. Let me see here. So how are we doing? Estimated cash flow. I wish you could see, like, the previous years easier. Petrochemical, yeah, so electronics is not even started because it's not an early enough year for that. So commerce is low. Residents, city size, and industry. So that gave us $600 a month versus the $500. So that's going to take... So it took a year for basically to pay off this little area. So honestly, I think, you know, that's the right move. Why don't we put some industrial down somewhere? Yeah, why don't we do some industrial here? Here. And then we'll also throw down a big park. I think we can tax industrial a bit higher because we're seeing kind of a crash of the everything else. I think next year I'm finally just going to give them the hospital. Because I suspect we also have commerce demands to open the route to the outside world, although that is expensive. And I really... Yep, see, that just immediately popped right in. So we just broke 10,000. Like, we're almost bigger than all the other cities combined in the area. Considering that we're under crippling debt. Well, it's not crippling because I've made good financial choices in this city's life, unlike the last 4 that we played. I think only about 5 people are still awake. I mean, it's getting a bit late Pacific time, so East Coast is basically asleep. Australia is still up. Alright, so that's December 1939 on. Wind energy is really going to be the big game changer here, because then I can just slowly... They never break down. 96% capacity. Alright. You're going to get your hospital. And we're just going to put it right there. Look, there's no more complaints from the city. The hospital was the last thing. Does seem there's a little bit more demand for industrial, but... Yeah, no, I think we're good. Well, I mean, municipality bankruptcy has been a thing that has happened in the United States. It happened, there's also been state bankruptcy. The feds have never defaulted, but the state of Arkansas did. It took decades for them to even start recovering from it. Because money is essentially a representation of faith that you can pay back your debts. Because money as a thing is actually created whenever debt is issued. You take out a loan, the bank makes money because of the interest, but that was not money that existed before. So the world of finance is basically making good investments versus bad investments, yada, 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 but... Yeah, we're definitely doing all right. I mean, the city's definitely picking up quite a bit. Like, what... Are those abandoned buildings down there? I think those are all factories. No, those are abandoned. So what's the, so the land value over here is actually pretty good. You know, I really think the small parks used to actually give better value. Like, if I really want to just make, like, a lot of money. But I feel like this part of the city is going to go away given time. Because one of the big things with SimCity is you do end up demolishing a fair bit in the names of urban renewal. And like, if I really was to play this all the way to the launch, that would actually be really hard because you have to build like 76 Arcos to make it go. Those are expensive. So that is actually redeveloping. Industrial's looking good. Commercial's having a sad right now, so why don't we give them a bit of a cut? I think we can disable beautification. Legalize gambling. Let's see how bad it actually hurts. Be nice if you could just tick laws on and off like that in real life. Yeah, so I think right now we're just in for a chill. Because nothing's in demand. We're basically just... Yeah, we basically just gotta wait until we have enough money to get out of this debt trap. The sound effects are really quite fascinating to hear. Honestly, you know, I almost wonder if the video should be I beat the rarest version of SimCity for OS 2. Or the rarest version of SimCity 2000. Yeah, so we are actually getting another 600 in. We are getting commercial in. So that's almost the money for a new power plant. Like, I think if we just sit for a few years... Because we're at 95% capacity and 35% age. I don't remember when wind power gets invented in the game. Because once we get wind power, we just basically can slap down turbines as we need it to expand capacity. I'm trying to remember what the other forms of power you get. Like, let me... We haven't got an announcement, so I'm just going to make sure we haven't missed it. Yeah. Hydroelectric we can't use because there's no falls on the map. It's also very kind of cheaty. Or I shouldn't say cheaty, it's just very, very easy to use. Like, SimCity 2000 power plants. 2000... Natural gas will be the next one we actually get. It's half the capacity. So I think right now we're just going to let the city run. Actually, you know what? With our commercial... Hold on. With the commercial demand that high, I think that's worth actually throwing down a lot of... Yeah, you know, I think that's worth... I mean, that's a lot of commercial demand right there. Where can we take advantage of that? Like, if we just do... Honestly, let's just do a bridge. I wish there was context keys for this. It'd be much nicer. Alright. So, dense commercial. Let's just fill this in, and then we'll just basically do that entire area like that. Well, that should generate quite a bit of more commercial. Yeah, that should basically do it. That should be quite a bit more commercial demand. Bit expensive, but it also means that we'll make more money during taxes when that's basically in vogue, for want of a better word. I'm also going to just throw down some small parks for land value. They're cheap enough. That eagle sound is just... Alright, and then pipes. All right, that was a fairly expensive building session, so hopefully this pays off. Oh, shoot, I think we're over capacity. Are we over capacity? 97, so I think it's just... I think I just broke power lines. I don't think it's actually broken yet. No, not yet. Now we're probably at capacity. Yeah, now we're at capacity. So we now literally can't build anything else. You know, why don't we do the SimCity 3000 Unlimited one? I don't normally like using copyrighted music, but if I'm going to play the game, I might as well use them. Commerce needs connections. Yeah, I knew that was coming. And then let's just get the taxes much, much higher. We'll cut you to 7, we'll leave you at 5. So now we get 660, give or take, per month. Okay, so I think that's everything still connected, although I suspect we're over capacity. So airplanes have now been invented, not that we're really going to be 99% of capacity. The chat, we have entered what we call the wafer mint fin part. I might actually have to destroy... Yeah, I think I actually do have to destroy part of the city. This industrial area can go away. We're good. We found the exact tipping point of the city. So how is our breakdown of land usage now? So residential is 30, commercial and industrial is about 10 and 10, although we have a lot fewer industrial zones than we do commercial zones. And looks like we're seeing a rate slump. Let's lose the gambling, keep the anti-drug, and just see how that plays out. So we turn the buildings off. Yeah, so we do actually we do have a fair bit of industrial zones. All right, so you know, it's more than I thought. How are we doing in the heart of downtown? Some of downtown is really pricey, and some of downtown is completely bomb has hit it sort of shit. Okay, so we do have water shortages. I think we're just gonna have to live with that. Commerce demands airport. Ha, that's funny. That's actually really funny. There's no way I can afford an airport. So let me hit Control S. So year-to-date cash flow. I mean, we definitely at least have money in the bank. Uh, I'm really trying to think on how we're going to go forward from this. I don't want to cut education. I think we can cut health further because in 10 years, we do need a new power plant. Like, there's no avoiding that. And that's actually apparently running over capacity as is. So, you know what? I'm actually just going to de-zone this part of this small bit of the city. Because, like, as they say, the power as power plants age, they do degrade in this game. So yeah, it's for the best that that sound is just. It's amusing though. So how are we doing financially? So commerce is basically dying here. Let's give commerce a massive tax cut. And industry is going in vogue right now. I've done it on normal difficulty. I've never done it on hard. And even then, if I want to get to the win condition, that is going to be a lot of playing. And I don't even know if the win, like I said, I don't even know if the win condition exists in this version. But I'm also kind of tempted just to try it for the sake of trying it. Those city interest rates are really horrible, but the city is now worth 45 million. So what is the city actually bringing in? So we're bringing in 600 and we're spending about 300. And it's estimated that, all right, so industrial is actually going up. Commercial's having a normal. So I'm also going to cut rates on residential. And actually, if I do that, things cry too much. Honestly, like I said, it is a challenge to actually play this one out all the way through. I used to play with the fund cheat code. I think most people who have played this game played it with cheat codes. Because we're definitely seeing the industrial area kind of revitalized there in the center of the city. I just wish we had a faster speed setting. But we can't even expand. 93% capacity. Maybe I demolished a little too much. Like, when do the better power plants actually get released? Gas power is like, have we gotten a new power plant? No, we haven't. I think we don't get a new power plant until the 50s. It's something I really remember. I honestly wonder how long it would take if I just AFK'd it. Although I don't think I could AFK it without it, like, really crying. It really wants industrial demand. Fine, I'm just going to cut the residential. Yeah, like, demand is really low right now. I really do think we're going to be waiting for the next power plant to actually unlock. Years available. I guess there was a small flood? I am reading that right. Fascists destroyed capital Jamaica yesterday to make their horrible intentions clear. God, this is really like listening to like ChatGPT generating hallucinations. Honestly, I think we're just gonna have to sit out the next few years because unless they put more money into investing into shit. But I really want the money for the next power plant. Alright, well, I think we're just gonna be patient. Oh, you know what? Games FAQ will tell me when the so wind power becomes available. That's water treatment. I'm just trying to find the actual, like, an actual list of, like, on all the buildings unlock. Alright, so that's a bunch of old... Hey, look, hostilities flare in Yemen. That almost sounds, familiar. Guess the, So apparently there's actually a rate... Hold on. Actually, apparently there's an actual ratio of how much residential to commercial that you should have. So I probably have too much industrial. It says 4 to 2 to 2. So 4... Yeah, we probably need more commercial overall. Like, what's our actual... actually, we've shrank quite a bit as a city, just because probably we're having such low demand. Like, I'm going to just slash this rate just to see if I can get people to move in. And then I think... Because I think this entire development just ended up being kind of a waste. But we're stuck in this absolute death spiral that we can't get more power out of this plant. I could build another power plant right now, but it wouldn't help. Yeah, we're basically going to get $20 because I'm just slashing taxes to try and revive the city. So, the other problem is Factorio Space Age comes out really soon, and it's like, I kind of want to play that. So, I should equal R equals C. Or R plus C. So, residential... Actually, no, that is about right. We probably just need more industrial, is really what it comes down to. %, capacity. Billings table. Here we go. So, when... Oh, no, that's 3,000. I want SimCity 2,000. Those low tax rates actually are really causing a large boom to the area. Unfortunately, the city's coffers, not so much. Although we will have the money as of next year to buy a new plant. Yeah, it's just we can't afford 2 of them unless I take out a second bond. But this is usually where you run into trouble with SimCity, is that you're limited in your power generation capacity. At least we have the money in the bank for the power plant. So I think we're just going to kind of ride it out. 93% capacity. Because those tax rates are very, very low. Some education decisions. A fair bit of land value in the center of the city has actually become quite expensive. To get the highest density, you must be building 3x3, must be 3 roads on each side and 1 road on another to develop into a large building. Must also maintain... Hey, gas power has been invented. Okay, so I think wind power comes shortly after that. Because like I said, we don't have the power budget, literally. I think we just kill time. 44 years. Yeah, I think if I was to do this again, I'd set it as a later starting year, because right now, it's not money that's blocking me. It's literally, I can either just build another power plant, or like 50 megawatts for $2,000. That is, yeah, that's actually really garbage. It's half of what you get from the coal, and they're twice as big. They're not a lot of pollution, but yeah, like they're really expensive. We can't afford that. Nonetheless, we are getting a lot of the larger buildings. Yeah, we are definitely getting a lot of the now larger buildings coming in. Commercial is definitely what wants to be here. Or, sorry, not commercial. Industry. Oh. We had a flood happen. Oh, we do have exactly one single spot for a... I just saw that. We have exactly one single spot for a hydroelectric power generator. It would give us exactly 20 megawatts. But let's grab it. Just because having exactly one bit of hydropower amuses me. 20 megawatts is not a lot. And honestly, we spent $500 on that, so ouch. We're really just getting through like a very lean time. I think we can increase the tax rate for residential. Tourist and... I feel like those two are not actually going to help at all, but let's see... I'm worried if I raise the taxes on residential, that's just going to completely crater. Alright, so I was just reading a bit of the tips and tricks for this game. So, high residential. Yeah, so we are actually getting high density stuff. Or, we're getting the high rate rises. Sorry, I was... Yeah. Condominium. So, zone buildings come in 3 sizes. So, what you really want is the 3x3s. God, the resolution on this screen is really tiny. I also worry that this is the version that, like, what are the trouble spots for crime and pollution? So as far as... Yeah, let's put you to the side. So as far as pollution goes on this map... I guess we'll probably just have to pause. Map roads. Power. Structures. Density... Crime. A couple of mediums, but nothing horrible. Pollution. Pollution's pretty bad. Yeah, like, that's actually really bad. I think we need... How badly is the clean air, is that going to hurt? 43 a month. I think we can handle that, because industrial demand is very high right now. It might help, but yeah, I mean, we could try. The problem is that I really find them diminishing returns, all things considered. We're more than halfway to paying off that bond, but we're just going to spend a lot of money on that power plant in 4 years. Oh, that's going to suck. That is just going to suck. There's nothing I can do about that. At least we're not in the hole. So after 50 years, old downtown has become old downtown. So we're now over 10,000 people in population, so we're well above the rest of the region. And we're definitely seeing... So that says it's running at 90, so you know... It's not even worth building the gas ones. I mean, they're just so damn expensive. Because if I zone anything right now, I won't have the money to replace the power plant when it goes. But if I just save up a bit of a surplus, we'll be able to get either a new power plant or build a bunch of wind turbines in the not so near, in the near future. And I feel like wind turbines is actually the way to go. They're relatively cheap for what they are, and then we basically would alternate between building zones and then building wind turbines. Very AFK gameplay. I think we just want to... Yeah, I think I'm just going to leave the taxes alone. I mean, right now, I think I could just set the taxes on everything to 7. Probably be okay. Because ultimately, if I were to actually go for the Launch Acropolis ending, I have to flatten the map. That is an obscene amount of money in this game to do that. That being said, like I said, I'm really tempted to actually try and do it. Because we're 50 years in. I've played Streets before, I've never done it legitimately. I've never seen it done legitimately. I've seen it done with cheat codes, and even with cheat codes, it takes a long time to do it. Because ultimately, the Arcos, the more Arcos you can build, the more money you can actually get out of them. But they also generate an obscene amount of crime for what they are. So... yeah, you get the archaeologies. I'm just looking at when you actually get them. Yeah, so you need two. So the launch one's available in the year 2150. So it's available 200 years from now. And we are now getting the She's Going to Blow letters about this. So the power plant's about to it's basically at its capacity. When it hits 50, it just demolishes itself. Yeah. Oh yeah, well I mean Streets shipped with the renewal kit, and you could also just import your own cities into it. I remember doing that myself. It was that in SimCopter that was the main selling point, even though the games themselves were kind of shit. To see those cities in 3D. Like financially, how are we holding up? I mean, honestly, we're gonna have $2,000, $3,000 year-to-date cash flow, estimated cash flow, 497. I could try an 8% tax and see what that actually does. Because the one of two ways we're going to escape from this bond cycle is either wind energy or something else. Yeah, hydroelectric. I think every wind turbine is 50. I don't know if it's 50. So year to date, God, we're almost gonna have enough power for 2 coal power plants. I almost wonder if that's actually worthwhile. So power plant, SimCity 2000, list of power plants. 2000. The wind turbine. Yeah, like I can't find the guide that says when it becomes available. Wow, that's a sound. Yeah, the city is kind of being crushed over overly excessive taxes. Plus, those bond payments, again, make more and more money disappear. I'd literally have to ice the money. Because getting another pollution guzzling power plant is not the solution to this. Alright, so why don't we lower the property taxes like down to 5? Yeah, 50 and 50. There was a Windows 3.1 version for it, so the power plant hasn't died yet. Estimated cash flow... Yeah, our everything is... I think we just got slash taxes across the board. The city is just hurting a little too much. Yep, and that's the power plant blowing up. It just did. That is how they go. Oh, so close to actually just, like, complete freedom. I could place the oil one, but I don't think it's worthwhile. I think we just place another gas one, a coal one. And I think we're just going to kind of keep AFKing. It's not an ideal strategy, because ultimately speaking, we have no more... Yeah, I mean, the city has definitely seen some, shall we say, better days. So the tax rate at 2%, it should definitely cause a pretty big renewal. All right, JK, have a good night. I'm probably going to take a break here in a bit. So we have lower class homes coming in, construction there, lots of abandoned buildings. Yeah, basically as the money goes up, it just keeps going up. Or not the money, as once demand starts going up due to the lower taxes, it just kind of keeps going up. But I can't keep taxes this low because I have to pay off that last. Yeah, see, now I'm actually going into the red to try and encourage the city to come back to life. That being said, that says we're at 0 capacity. Maybe when it's a brand new plant, we can actually like get more power out of it. We do have a few bits spare megawatts. It's just like... Well, I think now that I've got the patience for this, because this is a working and successful city. Seeing if there's anything else on the map that I haven't noticed before. Yeah, I assume there's no other places for hydroelectric. Oh, we actually have demand for things again. That's a nice thing. Yeah, so running at 90% of capacity. So we can afford a little bit more industrial, which might help with our tax base, but I really do think we've basically got the limit of what can be expected, especially because we're kind of going bankrupt. Let's get rid of some of these laws. Yeah, because now we're cash flow negative. 5%, 6% would actually keep, like, the books and everything happy. Like, I haven't even been able to place a zone in a while because, well, I can rezone this part because this will basically grow in very quickly. This was industrial before that I just got rid of real fast. And yeah, it looks like we'll actually have more money going into the, in the near future. Alright, and then we get that, and then... I'll make sure I get these 6 wide. Just so we get the largest buildings, if at all possible. But yeah, I mean, like, that little area cost $500. I mean, that's... Well, we've got another 50 years before we have to worry about that and a power plant at the same time. But I really just think putting investment in wind energy so we don't have to worry about replacing the plant is the absolute winning move here. 92%. So we might as well, since I'm not actually all that worried about it right now. I can build more industrial, and I think the city can use it. 500. So 5 years would get us to $5,000 in the bank. And then it'd be another 10 years to basically pay off the everything. Although those look like year over year we're actually making more money. So why don't we just build out the full capacity that we can get away with right now. Which is basically... Is that 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Yeah, so... Hey, nuclear power just became a thing that exists. How much is a nuke plant? That is expensive. That is 15K. It only gives you 500 megawatts. Wow, that is garbage. I mean, what's our credit rating look like? Show bonds. 5%. Yeah, no. Let's not do that. So now we're... Yeah, so year-to-date cash flow, 370... 40, 60... 85... So we're basically paying $100 a year for basic city services. I think legalized gambling I want to turn on because we need every little bit of money we can possibly get in this city. And we'll set that for 9 and we'll see how that holds up. Yay, water storages. Ugh. Legalized JavaScript. I like that. That actually amuses me. Year-to-date cash flow, estimated cash flow. So we actually got $900 in with that go-around, which is like, well, that's nice. And then we'll just drop commercial demand to basically nothing and see how much we can actually get in. How many people do we actually have in the city right now? 12K. How are we holding up here? %96 capacity. So yeah, that's basically it until I unlock something else or I build a second coal power plant. But then we'd have an $8,000 cost every 50 years to replace it. If I was actually serious on taking it all the way to the launch Acropolis, I would probably, I think I'm just going to AFK it for a bit. I'm going to step away from keyboard and we'll see how far we go. I stretch my legs, chat, it will automatically clear these after a time because it's just going to keep racking up and accumulating money. So. I'm back. How are we doing? Hey, we're almost up to halfway of that bond paid off. How are we doing money-wise? Yeah, we're just going to leave it at 6. I think we're just going to basically sit here and let it run, because I don't think there's anything else we can realistically do, unless we've got wind turbines available already. Not yet. I've also I've used nuclear before. Like, the power situation in this game is the absolutely worst part of it. It's why I think everyone who played this game cheated. SimCity 3000, I remember, was a lot more forgiving on actually building a city that could survive. 98, yeah. There's nothing I can do but just basically wait until more money comes in. Or just build another power plant now. Hold on, I gotta think about that one. Because if I do build the second power plant now... Well, it'll be another coal-fired one. Like, I still don't... I'm assuming it's not like going to be like 20 years. SimCity 2000, wind turbine... Unlock. $1980. Okay, so we're not... It would be another 20 years of waiting for the wind turbines to actually get it. That really sucks. Like, if I have to go all the way to 1980 to get the wind turbine, I really wish I chose the later start date. I can get nuclear power right now, but I don't have the money for it. Unless I took a bond out. That being said, they are really, yeah, no, I know I'm paused. I'm really thinking about what I want to do right now. I guess being paused doesn't actually help, but honestly, that is the argument to putting down a second one, because I could afford the payments from a second bond if it really came right down to it. Getting out of that debt spiral would really suck. That being said, if we just wait out the other 20 years, we could be completely debt-free. I think we just wait out the 20 years. Unless, I think I can just hit auto budget as well, and it'll just do the right thing. Like, let me actually save it before I do that, but save. So I think if I hit auto budget, it just... I don't actually know what that does. I presume it just closes this window automatically at the end of the year and money just goes into the account. Or it's going to prove to be a lot more competent than me and make a lot more money happen. The music is from SimCity 3000 because music in this version crashes the game. But I will put the 2000 soundtrack on. We also actually do appear to be... Yeah, we're over capacity. Okay. This is fine. Oh, pollution alert. I'm surprised we actually haven't had a major fire or disaster yet. Yeah, because I can't even build anything. Like, this is actually quite hard. If nothing else, it's a patience test. And I kind of enjoyed that because I've really been trying to be a more patient person. I'm trying to grow as a person despite... Yeah, I think rolling brownouts is going to be the theme here unless... Hey, 6502, $1,000. So... It's like this actually, I think it's just skipping the screen. I think it's not even like making any adjustments. Honestly, I think I want to drop this even lower. No, I think I'll leave that where it is actually. So let me count how long it takes. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi. So 6 seconds per month. So a minute. It's a minute, 12 seconds for a year in game. So we really just need to wait about 20 minutes. Half an hour is all it's going to take. Yeah, I think just waiting to pay off the bond is exactly what we do, and we just basically ignore the REI meters, because we have enough money we don't care. just realized I had to send a message. Yeah, I filmed a bunch of stuff with the compact portable, and I have no idea what I'm going to do with it. It's just like, ugh. Like, I literally ended up driving a compact portable across the United States, and I don't even know why I did it. It's like, I feel like I'm desperately looking for life, and this has somewhat been more reinforced by the fact that I have long been estranged from my family. I'm doing a lot to try and improve what my life is, but I'm not happy with what it had become. Part of it's just due to the pandemic. I really feel like this is taking longer than You know, I'm just going to count it each time. Make sure 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7. Yeah, so 6 seconds, give or take, per month. We're almost back to the starting amount of money, though. And once we actually pay off the bond, it's going to start going a lot faster. I mean, we're literally just watching months tick by. I mean, let's pull up the SimNation display, because I assume the rest of the SimNation is... I mean, they are actually starting to catch up to us a bit. Population is... I mean, we're starting to see the actual effects of the education. Unfortunately, I don't have higher education besides the library. I'm assuming... What do you actually get a rating as? Yeah, with demand... I mean, I think RCI just fluctuates with time. I don't think it really... I think the model is somewhat disconnected to the rest, because realistically, one city can't affect how much residential, commercial, or industry it is. It just has a bit. Because the game runs as a constant simulation, just like real life does, I guess. Except real life presumably is not a simulation. Oh man, we're really... How's the computer budgeting us? Yeah, you know what? Let's just go with a flat 6% or 4% across the board, just to revigorate. Yeah, so the national population of the world is actually going up. We can actually see it here. Lemon-shaped lemonade. That sounds really tasty. And with the taxes going down, the demand is definitely coming back up. But yeah, wow, we are just not making money. We're just gonna slash that bad boy down to 1. Let's watch the RCI indicators come back up. Yeah, already been on for 5 hours. I don't know. It's just been one of those weekends, and I'm trying to set into like a new life, and it's both easier and harder than I expected. Like, I'm sitting here as a person trying to figure out, why am I actually doing this? I am playing a very old game that I could get a better experience on if I just installed 95 or the Network Edition. But I'm sitting here playing the OS2 edition because no one else does, and it's like, I really expect success in my life for this, but then I also know that, like, I've seen videos of SimCity 2000 that don't even get 40 views, and I've got 40 viewers right now. So much so, I had things I had to do tomorrow, and I now just completely forgot what that tomorrow to-do list is, and I didn't even write it down, which kind of sucks. So yeah, I think we can raise the taxes a little bit. Oh, we're just $2,000 short of actually being out of debt. Yeah, I'm in Portland now. I've been in Portland for about 3 weeks. All right, so now we're making $300 a month per year. All right, let's see if we can just support a 6% tax. Well, I mean, if I really wanted to be social, I could play Network Edition. I mean, Factorio Space Age comes out in like 14 days. Then again, I really don't know how long this will take if I actually play this out to launch Acropolis's. Then again, I have nothing else to do with my days right now. I could either work on filming a video, which really has no appeal to me right now. Like, I'm working on it, but mentally I'm just not in the right headspace to do it, and I haven't been in a while. I think I'm going to make a stab at just putting voiceover on footage in the near future, but yeah, okay, so now it looks like we're going to get about $725 cash flow. No, I wasn't at the Portland Retro Gaming Expo. When was that? Oh, it was the last 2 days. There was absolutely nothing stopping me from going. I just didn't know it was a thing. Well, I knew it was a thing. I didn't think about it. Probably, you know what? I should probably put that on my calendar. Like, yeah, let me just stick a note for myself. Like, but I will tell you, just the last several weeks / months of my life have just been... Well, the last several weeks have been good. The last several months have been very tiring. So let's pull the live stream back up so I can pay more attention to it. Chat, we're almost out of debt. And watch, like, the game is going to throw a tornado at us, and suddenly we're not going to be in debt. We're going to be almost free after 70 in-game years of our college, you know, the college funds. God, I'm horrible. But we're going to have a massive spending spree when the 1980s roll around. It hasn't since I turned the music off. It sometimes still hangs on startup, but apparently once you get it running, it's actually okay as long as you don't have music on. And the music may not be a problem with the game. It could just be OS2 being kind of garbage. Every fourth Saturday, that's good to know. Like I need to go out and have a social life. Oh, chat, we have money. Hold on, hold on. Let me pause it. Let me pause it. Chat, we're about to do something magical in terms of money. Bond payments. Repay bond. Oh, chat, look at that. We're no longer paying $300 a year for things. That means in very short order we're going to be able to afford a second power plant, and then we can actually start expanding the city. Oh, that's a good feeling. Painful feeling, but it was a good feeling. So I'm curious, what is our, just out of curiosity, now if we go at bond payments, what's our interest? Yeah, AAA. And if we were to issue bond, 8%. No, screw that noise. I don't want to pay 8% interest per annum. I mean, I paid that bond. The bond was issued at the start of the game. And given how long it took me to actually pay it back by accounting the development costs, yeah, it took 70 years to fully pay off that bond. We have no money, but at least we're no longer in debt. And now we get $1,000 per year, chat, which means in 4 years we're at, and like I can now afford things like pollution controls for a lot less than what they used to be. So I'm going to leave that off for now, because I think at this point we're just going to get a second coal power plant, and then we're just going to start building like crazy. We just need to get it. Unfortunately, like I said, it's just more waiting. Oh. $27 killed in Quake. So far, we've been really lucky on disasters. Like, that could have been... If that took out our power plants, it would be really bad, because we'd end up back in debt if that actually happened. That would be so horribly bad. Yeah, so 10 more years before a wind turbine's invented. I'm almost tempted just to wait for the turbine. I mean, we've waited this long. What's a little longer? But I think getting the infrastructure down ASAP probably is the smarter move here. Because right now we're still fully capped by our power capacity. And it would probably take years of building wind turbines before we'd be able to match even a single coal-fire plant. God, this is running... Yeah, it's still on Cheetah. Sorry, I'm just actually uploading something to Patreon. Oh, it actually has the price that high. All right, you know, that's fine. So we're not going to sell that post. Yeah, no, I'm just going to throw this out the door and publish it. Like, screw it. I'll just do that. All right, that's done. What was I actually doing? I was waiting for more. I was waiting for more money for our power plant. When everything is currently cratering, like, this is not the time I want to build stuff. So let's cut tax rates. Yeah, like, I'll turn off auto budget for now. Okay, so we do have that power plant, so we could wait 8 years, or I could just basically start smacking stuff down. It's 20 years old on that one, but... Yeah, I think a second coal power plant is actually the winning move here. So, let's just put this down. Okay. All right. So that's twice the power. Then we now have twice the power, twice the pollution, but twice the power. So let's slash tax rates, because that'll also revitalize some other parts. Like, this little industrial area, like, just completely... I don't want to say fell apart, but... Let's just try putting some residential here and see if anything grows. Oh yeah, we're definitely starting to see some major renewal. Because now every area we put down... Oh, wow. That was weird. That cropped up while I was looking at something else entirely. So that's just going to do its thing while the rest of this builds. Oh, God. That... Actually paying off that bond was actually a big thing. This is an emulated Pentium Overdrive. I've actually played a fair bit of Transport Tycoon. Oh man, that tornado is actually getting surprisingly close to my city. Okay. Yeah, so that area is redeveloping quite nicely. This is not a particularly flat map. So if I really want to open up some more land or real estate, I think this is going to be... Yeah, because that's going to be lower point, because it's basically... Yeah, that 2% tax rate is actually kind of doing its job. Well, I'm not... Are you sure it's attention to detail, or is it, palette limitations? Although, with Maxis, I could believe it, because Nintendo is the type of company that would actually go that far. Yeah, so right now we're still kind of broke, like, because we're definitely not bringing in a lot of money with the tax rate on 2. And apparently we still got water shortage. Okay, so there is actually quite a bit of water shortage. Oh, wow. Suddenly... I think I'm getting to the point that sleep is probably getting desirable. Still, like I said... Definite victory. Commerce demands airport, but we don't have an airport. Like, an airport would probably bankrupt this city. It's that expensive. Why don't we get rid of legalized gambling? Do some pollution controls to try and increase demand. 3% rate across the board. Well, I thought SimCity on the SNES was basically SimCity Classic. It wasn't 2000. I never played it on the SNES. I presume they must have made it easier for kids, because SimCity is a rather notoriously difficult game. So, you know, let's throw some more parks down, and then let's make... That sound is just... Because there's a good chunk of this city that's just going to go away at some point. Honestly, I feel like a marina right in there is probably a good move for the city once we have a bit more money. Actually, you know, this with the bond gone, this tax rate is actually profitable. So if we do a road like basically right down that, oh, that does work. And then do a second road like that. Well, we run out of money for now, but at least I think that's going to look really cool when it's done. Actually, I'm going to save a copy of this city. $1975. Because if I do end up actually making a video on this, I'll probably have to like, now with the tax rate lower, things are actually viable. It's kind of amazing. Yeah, see, I had a PlayStation and a Genesis as a kid. Oh, that's an actual earthquake in the city. We've actually got fire in the city. Oh, not the parks, not the parks. I'm assuming the police are not actually doing anything useful. That's the most excitement we've had from a disaster in, like, at all. I almost wonder if we need a second fire station. The new construction at the top of the hill, the top of the rock. If you're from New York, you'll know why that's a cursed name. It's still on fire. Yeah, I think I need a second fire company. But, you know, at this point, it's burning away from the city, so I think I don't have to care. I think we can just get the rest of it out and then just move on with our lives. Be nice if we could get these fires to go out on these hills. Almost done. Well, that was a lot of destruction and devastation. $600. Yeah, I think a second fire station might actually be a good investment. And I think I'm just going to put it... I mean, that's already rebuilding, so maybe we'll just put it right there on the top of the hill. Does it fit? It does not fit. So you know what? We'll put it here. at the base of the hill instead. All right, well, City got a new fire station. And we have a lot of demand for everything because our taxes are super cheap right now. We are at 56 and 55 of capacity. So actually, they're so cheap, I think we should raise them to 5 because I don't think we need that much. We need more money than we need anything else. And citizens are demanding schools. That's probably a good thing to have. So, let's place a sign. Fire Vista. Firewatch Vista. Burnt 1975. Burnt 76. From the ashes comes a new city. Yeah, so I don't even have the money to clear that. Oh, something there also exploded. What do we have there? That's just rubble. And we have no money, but we can just now put it on Cheetah and just wait for it to go by. Like, was that a fire department or a police station? I think. What was in that spot? Maybe a park? Yeah, I think it was a park. So you know what? We'll actually make that a school now because we have, like I said, we can afford it and make the city a better place. And then there's $900. We got a new school. Yes, the grade's getting C. We probably... Yeah, we're running down 100, so we're basically on full tilt for that. And given how high demand is, we can probably get the cash flow even higher. Because what we could do is we can extend down into the valley. Like this. And this also gives us room to make a corridor connection. So actually, before we plop down more residential land, I just want to see what our breakdown is. Where is City Hall? So residential, commercial. I think we just need to zone a lot of commercial. I think we just don't have enough commercial in the city. I think it's supposed to be like a 4-to-1 ratio, though. Or a 4-to-2 ratio. Residential equals commercial. Yeah, actually no. It's you add up the residential, the commercial. The residential equals commercial plus industrial. So residential it is. All right, new neighborhoods going up. Now we can zone the rest of the residential. I am actually getting really hungry, though, because I just realized I don't think I've eaten today. Oh, I have eaten. I know I made... I'm trying to remember what I actually have in the... It resembles food category in my fridge. And we gotta do our first bit of terraforming right there. So we can get the road out and brought back along the ridge line. Oh, that was not quite what I wanted to do, but okay, I guess that works. Yeah, that works. Okay, so when you're on the demolish tool, make sure you're on the right button. Okay, so this is Firewatch Vista. And Citizens Commerce demands airport. An airport is just so expensive. God, it's so much easier now that you actually have money. Alright. So that's definitely becoming a nice residential area over there. I'm presuming there's probably not enough jobs, which is why it's not really growing that well. And make sure this is on demolish clear, not raise, because I don't want to delete my whole city. I do feel like this road should have been one over, though. I don't know what I just made. I kind of like that in a... It's sort of demented sort of way. The zoning accident. Ages from now, we're going to be wondering what these signs all mean. But let's actually get another industrial zone going up here. A good chunk of this is going to have to get demolished when it's time to build a highway. I think we actually have highways unlocked. We do actually have highways unlocked. Yeah, I mean, now we're basically at the point where just making $1,000 every month, no considerations, just shows up. And residential continues to be very, very high. I mean, chat, we've basically finished building in almost every little bit of that part of the map, which is kind of impressive when you actually get down to it. Also, it's 1980, which means we should start being able to put wind turbines down. And that's going to be kind of an investment thing for us, because it gets us off these power plants. You can do nuclear. The problem with nuclear is it can melt down. Actually, let me build a road. Yeah. This is probably not the greatest use of space because this game doesn't do diagonals particularly well. You still want a lot of residential. Okay, we can do that. You just need residential where you can actually get to jobs. And I think we just connect the lower point like this. We've now got a nice, yeah, we actually have a pretty nice area where we can now just start developing stuff. Because, like I said, the entire city is going to, at some point, basically have to be torn up for industry. I can't let the plant old age out. I think if an old age gets demolished, I just can't let the building get destroyed by a disaster, or it releases a nuclear meltdown, aka Fukushima. There is microwave and fusion power as endgame techs that don't release a whole lot of bad, I think is the word I'm going to. Flanning this, I mean, the fact is that I would have to flan this map to successfully make enough money to build the Arcos. What's our population currently at? 16K. So we get the military base at 60, if I remember correctly. Now, once the military base goes down, you can't tear it up. But I always get the airport when I play this game, and I would like something that's not the airport. You can get a seaport. You can get quite a few things, actually. You can get a seaport. You can get a missile silo. You can get an airport. I don't remember what the other one is. I've only ever gone the airport because it's based on what you actually have in your city. So if you have a big fuck all airport, you'll always get the airport. So maybe we won't build it just yet. We're running OS2 3.0, so I'm going to take a bit of a break. I'll be back in a few minutes. You know, I think at this point, I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. I think this is a good place to call it. I could go longer. But yeah, I'm actually kind of hungry, so I think I'm going to wrap it up here. I don't know if I'm going to continue this. I guess I make that a poll. But yeah, I think I am going to call it here. So I think I'm going to catch you